no run.
I was mentioning the busy sport, obviously, the third one-day international, the championship level. I forgot to mention what I enjoy almost as much as anything else, which is the World Snooker Championships as well.
Well, we're going to get to that. O'Riordan to Brown, to Cook rather. Inside of the bat, that one. Took a little bit of inside edge, but out into the mid-wicket, and there's no run. Probing here, O'Riordan. Around the wicket he comes. Goes fairly wide of the crease there. Bowls, gets some turn again, but that's cut away with the spin by Alistair Cook out towards Ivan Thomas once more. So that'll be one more to the total. 4 off the over so far. Ball to come.
I just mention that because Noppon Sangkam has just beaten Sean Murphy, the number 10 seed. Sangkam, the first Thai player to reach the last 16 since 2013.
Congratulations.
And only the third Thai player to ever do that.
O'Riordan, more flight again to Nick Brown, who mistimes the drive, but straight back along the ground to O'Riordan. End of the over. So interesting one. Definitely getting some turn there, O'Riordan, but no breakthrough. 36 for 1, 166 needed to win.
Yes, just how quick that turn is, isn't it? I'm sure as the footmarks become more and more pronounced, it will just spit that little bit more as well. But it's quite gentle at the moment for the batsman to deal with. At BBC Essex Sport on Twitter, essex.sport@bbc.co.uk on the emails, or kentcricket@gmail.com. Darren Stevens is going to continue from the Hayes close end in deep conversation whilst working on the ball. 3 slips, still with that leg slip as well. Interestingly, keeping that one in. He's in now and bowling to Alistair Cook, and Cook angles that one away and bisects the man at point and cover and comes through for a nicely judged single. 37 for 1. He goes up to 13. Brown's on 21. Brings Nick Brown back down onto strike.
A question on the emails on kentcricket@gmail.com. Also get in touch, essex.sport@bbc.co.uk.
Stevens is in, bowling to Nick Brown, and Brown just plays defensively for no run.
So Andrew, morning, he says to you both. Morning, Andrew. He says, is there any reason why there shouldn't be lines marked behind the crease to indicate the guard that batsmen should take, instead of wasting time getting the umpire to do it? That's an interesting question, which I don't know the answer to. So you could...
Stevens is in again, bowling to Cook, Brown rather, pushes defensively, and there's no run. Just say that again. I'm not
So
I understood.
If you were to mark, I think what Andrew's suggesting is behind the stumps, perhaps, where or on the crease, where you should take a guard as a batsman. So there'd be, presumably, would there be one for leg, one for middle, and one for off?
I've got you.
And
yes.
if you wanted leg and middle, you mark your guard in between those two.
I don't see why there would be any reason why you couldn't do that. I mean, Graham Thorpe, wasn't it, who started the trend of taking a bail off and knocking it into the pitch.
Yeah.
So if you could knock holes in the pitch, I don't see why you couldn't have some lines marked there. That's interesting.
But if anyone knows, why not?
No. Yeah, you just want a few little dots in there just to say, yeah, that's what it is. Stevens in, bowling to Brown, full down the leg side, and Brown does just have a little flick out at that one, which is dangerous. A, because the wicketkeeper's there, but B, because that leg slip is there as well, and his bat was well away from his body.
I mean, he's not quite old enough to have bowled during the leg trap times, is he,
No.
Darren Stevens? But obviously it's a tactic as well. With the left-handers particularly, he can get his seam working the same way he would normally. Just nibble down the leg side.
This next one from Stevens has Brown punching off the back foot, but back to the bowler for no run. It's interesting, we mentioned that on Saturday about leg theories. Matt Gwynn was bowling a little bit of that round the wicket to the right-hander with men on the leg side. And I was mentioning that one of the best proponents I've seen of it in recent years was a man who played for Essex and did it so well, was Neil Wagner, the Kiwi, who's really good left arm over, and he did it really effectively down at Taunton for one game, and it took something, I think about 6 wickets in Somerset's second innings, just bowling like that, and they kept falling for it. Stevens in again to Brown, and Brown just standing at the crease and playing defensively for no run. End of another over, ticked by. Stevens none for 10 from his 7 so far, and Essex at 37 for 1, chasing his 202 victory target.
Yeah, Paul was mentioning that yesterday, that he's number 2 bowler in the world.
Yes.
So yeah,
and he's not.
It certainly works.
And at international level, he's by no means express pace. He's too quick for you and I, and
oh God, yes.
quite a few in the county championship. But at the international level, He's by no means express pace, but very, very effective at what he does, and did it very successfully here for Essex.
Bit of a break as Jordan Cox is going to go in at forward short leg. Shock of strawberry blonde hair. Number 22 on his back. He's stuck his cap in the waistband of his whites. O'Riordan still with a slip in place. Darren Stevens as well. Bowls to Cook, pushes forward into the offside. Also feels rather rude calling him Cook these days.
Oh, I go between Sir Alistair and Alistair Cook all the time. I don't think he's overly fast.
No, he doesn't appear to be the sort of person that would be overly fast either. A lot of air from O'Riordan for that one, and Sir Alistair pushes it into the offside. But call him Sir Alistair when you're talking cricket. It feels like one of those village matches that they have in costume dramas, don't they? Where the squire turns up to bat and thrash the gardeners. Medium pace around the village green. There's a single out towards extra cover, more importantly, for Cook. He moves on to 14, Brown has 21. Kent really looking for a breakthrough here. This is a dangerous partnership.
Yeah, I should just point out, he doesn't come out of a different gate when he comes to the pit. when he walks out, he does walk out with Nick Brown ordinarily.
Well, that's very good of him. Very gracious. Flatter delivery this one from O'Riordan. Works into the onside by Brown. Good tumbling stop by Kadri.
Wasn't that how it used to be? If you were a player or
I
a
believe so, yes.
depended
Yeah.
on which gate you could walk out of. You didn't get changed together.
Pretty much like upper and lower stairs, wasn't it? In the front or the...
He is master, yes. Yes, my lord.
O'Riordan again to Brown, who's on the drive, trying to get on the front foot. Doesn't quite middle it up to Daniel Bell-Drummond at mid-off. I'd say of the two of them at the moment that Brown is slightly more aggressive and is looking slightly the more likely candidate if Kent were to take a wicket here, but I've been wrong many times before. O'Riordan, loads of air that one, too much, full toss, and that's crashed away by Brown through long, gave it exactly the treatment it deserved for 4 runs.
A few more of those, please. Very nice.
25, and that really was a buffet ball.
I think it just slipped. I think that's just slipped out of his grip. He's sort of intimating there, and having a look at his hand. Just signaling to him, that slipped, by the way, boys. wasn't a tactic.
25 for Brown, 14 for Cook on this commentary. BBC Essex and BBC Radio Kent, and of course on the BBC Cricket webpage as well. There's county commentaries, aren't there? Snippets from all the games. We have our say at the intervals as well. 42 for 1. Essex need 160 to win.
Daniel, big Essex fan, and would be here were spectators to be allowed in. Drop us an email, essex.sport@bbc.co.uk. He normally takes a seat about 3 or 4 rows in front of us here. We'll get through his email because it's relatively lengthy. May have to do it either side of the lunch interval looking at it, to be honest. But there's a long chat going on between Stevens and a teammate at the Hayes close end.
That's Groneveld, the sub. Experienced seam bowler himself, Tim Groneveld.
Stevens is in and bowling to the Knight of the Realm now, and the Knight of the Realm from the back foot just plays into the onside for no run. Dan says, nice to watch and listen to the cricket. Morning, Glenn and Matt. During the day before a night shift at work. Glad to see Around the Wicket was back on Saturday on BBC Essex. Nice to listen to it when going to Essex Premier League cricket as well. Yeah, good to have the club cricket back, isn't it, as well? Dan says, good move by Essex to open with Jamie Porter as night watchman last night. Stevens is into Cook well wide of off stump. That is left alone, as there's only one over to bat, which more can be lost by risking the likes of Brown or Cook than gained, and also it'll help take the shine and hardness off the ball by hanging around. Well, he hung around for half an hour this morning. Looks like Chopra will be looked at to play a middle order spot in the Championship side rather than the usual opening slot he's had, and another from the young middle order batters for the number 5 slot. With this being a competition with no promotional relegation, it gives a chance to try 1 or 2 ideas which under normal circumstances we wouldn't be able to. Stevens comes in again, full delivery outside off stump, and cut away to the cover boundary for 4 by Cook. Score goes up to 46 for 1, and he goes on to 18. Elsewhere, Dan says as well, quick bowlers will be needed to be rotated as highlighted, and the match fitness may not be what they would normally are, and the schedule of 4-day games every week on the bounce of 4 or 5 weeks. Hope all is well, and you're also looking forward to both commentating back on the respective Kent and Essex Football League side, says Dan in Ipswich. Well, you support that team, don't you?
Yes, I said to her earlier email, yeah, we share that sad duty, Dan and I.
I have a lot of Ipswich Town supporting friends, being up from that neck of the woods, and
it's fair to say these aren't the glory days.
No, they are not happy. It's amazing how many times 1978 and 1981 when they won the UEFA Cup. It's amazing how many times that's been mentioned.
Yes.
And but you are in League One now, aren't you?
Yeah, it is a long time ago. Feels even further when, yes, you're in mid-table in League One, I'd imagine, but yeah.
Thanks for your email though, Dan. You're spot on with all of that. I haven't missed anything because they've been shuffling the field round. Stevens is round the wicket. Now to Cook, who's fending at that one down the leg side. Didn't get anything on it. Wasn't taken cleanly by the keeper anyway. 46 for 1. And they've just got to be really wary here now that leg slip is there. And you would think round the wicket would suit Stevens more if he's going to bowl to that field. But Dan's spot on. There are going to be some young batters given the go by Essex. Feroz Khushi's the first man in possession. Likes of Rishi Patel, Michael Pepper also in there. Stevens in again around the wicket, getting it down the leg side and played cautiously along the ground by Cook, and they job through for the single. As Stewart comes around from long leg to tidy up. 47 for 1.
Although we missed the overseas stars, I was saying this to Paul yesterday, the opportunity that's there, the more young players we'll see, the more homegrown players we'll see, which is it's really refreshing to see some of these players getting an opportunity when they wouldn't normally.
Hamish on Twitter's got back in contact regarding marking the batsman's guard.
All right.
Like your email.
Do we have an adjudication on that?
Not an adjudication as such. Stevens is in and Brown on the drive, straight to mid-off for no run. But Hamish on Twitter at BBC Essex Sports says, on the subject, that's the end of the over, by the way, with Kent Essex 47 for 1, chasing 202. On the subject, says Hamish, of having the stumps marked for the batsman's guard, it would also help the umpire to judge for LBWs whether the pitching and impact was in the line of the stumps.
That's a good point. Doesn't seem any reason why not. I mean, yeah.
Because how often in club cricket you go out there and you ask for middle, you can see all the various previous marks that have been scored in, and so you drop it where you think middle and leg is, and the umpire goes, yep, that's your middle and leg. So it would save all of that, wouldn't it?
I'm going to go further. What would prevent them having lines down the entire pitch where it pitches? Stripes.
I guess batsmen might say that it's putting them off their line of view, that sort of thing. But certainly having, I don't know what, a 6-8 inch line drawn from the crease outwards, say that's your leg, that's your middle, that's your off, and then if you want middle and leg, then that would be the case. Change your bowling.
Andrew, we like your idea.
That's not a bad idea.
No. Hamid Kadri to replace Mark Sorin at this end. Just have a loose delivery in the last over, but it'll be off spin once again. Kadri, the under 19 England spinner, formerly Derbyshire, made his debut in the county championship, first class debut at 16. Signed for Kent for this season. And keeps low, that's a good ball just outside the off stump. And reaching for it, Alistair Cook, and that was not far away. Kept a little bit low as well, out of the footmarks.
Yeah, I think he held it back slightly as well, and so he kept low there.
And that certainly would have alarmed the Essex opener. That one's more a leg stump. Pushed up to mid-off. Encouraging start there for Kent from Kadri. You can float them into that area. But no run off these first two balls. Jordan Cox at a mid-on as much as short leg. Again, give it air. That's a little bit up in the air, not up in the air, but area as it comes towards Milnes at extra cover, but they'll take a single.
I'll stop the UNRing now. I think he was thinking about a full-blooded drive and then just held back, which is why he just looped momentarily.
I think it's probably a good thing he did, because it did get aerial. Fell short of Matt Milnes, but...
And Cook goes down to chat with Nick Brown there. Just put a word of advice. Like, don't do what I just did.
Kadri round the wicket then to Brown, gets a turn and he's got him in his first over. 3 excellent deliveries from Harry Kadri, and the third one has Nick Brown caught at slip, and Kent have the breakthrough. Just one in the first hour, but with the entrance of Hamid Kadri they have a wicket, and Brown goes caught Stevens, bowled Kadri for 25, and Essex are 48 for 2. Kent getting some life out of this pitch.
Well, Brown has stood at the other end and watched the first couple of balls, and then as he was preparing to take card, Alistair Cook went down to have a quick word with him. Brown's just played defensively that one. He's just gone off the straight, and Darren Stevens taking a very smart low catch there. And could this be Hamid Kadri's day? Could he be the danger man that gets Kent to victory? Well, he started very, very well, and Nick Brown has to depart, having looked very nice and solid throughout the morning. Made his 60 in the first innings and looked very good there as well, but he's just played down the line of that one. It's just turned off the straight and he is gone. And the change, not the change in style of bowling, but the change in bowler, has had the desired effect for Kent. That brings the captain, Tom Wesley, to the wicket, and these two would dearly like to get Essex to lunch with no further damage done. We've got the right and left hand partnership now, which will just give Kent something else to think about. But Kadri has started really, really well, and Brown, who looked rock solid, is the man to go, and Essex is just going to have to watch themselves here. They don't want Kent to get their tails up and get in amongst that Essex middle order. Ryan Tender-Scarter will bat, despite having that thigh problem, being off the field yesterday. But now the game is well and truly on. Yeah, been all pretty sedate for the first hour and 23 minutes. Now suddenly there might be something there for the Kent bowlers, and a bit more energy around the outfield, a bit more chirping, a few more hand claps.
Yeah, that's changed the immediate complexion of the game, but still Essex, you'd say, 8 wickets remaining, have to be favourites at 48 for 2. As you say, is this what could change the game for Kent? Kadri will come over the wicket to the right-handed Wesley. He's accompanied by Jordan Cox and Darren Stevens, close fielders. Just pushes down on that one, hits Cox I think on the shin. No chance of getting his hands down to that one. I think he may have bounced before it got to him anyway.
Yeah, he did, but the oohs and ahs now, because they're encouraged, because he's clearly getting a lot more turn than O'Riordan was from this end.
Yes, well, this pitch to his liking, Hamid Kadri. Once more to Wesley. Wesley onto the back foot, whips with the wrist, but won't get a run for it. Goes past Jordan Cox at forward short leg and fielded by Mills on the run. So mid-wicket, end of the over. Interesting. 48 for 2. This game is a long way from done. 20 for Alistair Cook. Wesley has seen off those 2 balls from Hamid Kadri. And 154 more needed for Essex to win this one at Chelmsford.
Well, on that evidence, there's something there, certainly from this river end for Hamid Kadri, and you would think, on that evidence of that first over, he's going to get a long bowl now. Darren Stevens has been doing the work from the Hayes close end. He's still hanging around. Yeah, he's going to stay on. He's going to be kept on. He's doing a good job of keeping it tight at that Hayes close end. 9 for 15 from his 8 overs bowled so far. And with the threat possibly of Kadri wicket taking at this end, Kent might have the ideal partnership here.
Got a couple of emails here. One of them from Dave saying, Dave from Sidcup saying, good afternoon, exciting afternoon prospect. Just a shame your commentary isn't being interrupted by the sound of ice cream vans. Well, many things we miss about the normal atmosphere of cricket, I agree, Dave. Also, I mean, we can go and get one, I suppose. There is normally one, of course.
Yes.
Just round the commentary box from
Stevens in from the Hayes close end, bowling to Alistair Cook, pushes that one into the offside and calls for the single very quickly, and is home. O'Riordan doesn't bother to shy at the stumps. Of course, being right in the city centre as we are, we're normally bothered by sirens of various emergency services, unfortunately, clearly, because if they're called out, it's never good news. I don't think they use the sirens for a cat up a tree, so it's never good news. But that's the normal sound we get from the city centre in Chelmsford, and obviously the drone of the traffic on the Southway behind us as well. And normally the general hubbub of people moving around the ground, but none of that, I'm afraid. Stevens adjusting his field now for the right-handed Tom Wesley, and wicketkeeper Ollie Robinson's going to stand up to the stumps for Tom Wesley. So we've got a first slip who's almost sort of just behind the right shoulder of Ollie Robinson, at a distance, but there, so there's a lot of adjustment going on, a lot of interesting.
Very cute angle, isn't it?
Yeah, straight cover as a short cover in as well. Stevens is in to Wesley, just plays gently from the crease for no run. Just trying to up the pressure here with some interesting field placements, are Kent, for the Essex captain. And a bit of a chess match being played there. Kent trying to exert the pressure. Got one of the front line batsmen out. Get them thinking, get them worried. Stevens turns very quickly into his bowling stride now, and Wesley just plays defensively back to the bowler, who doesn't bother bending down and lets mid-off do the tidying up. 49 for 2 Essex, chasing 202, so a further 153 runs still required. They're almost a quarter of a way there. It's got a bit chillier as well, a bit more cloud is coming in over the pavilion away to our right hand side. It's high cloud. Stevens comes into Wesley, and Wesley again. Similar shot, same result, no run. He's yet to get off the mark. Cook has 21. The men out today. Porter for 3 when the score was on 11, and Brown, the most recent man to go, when the score was on 48, went for 25. At BBC Essex Sport on the Twitter, essex.sport@bbc.co.uk on email. Stevens in, well wide of Wesley's off stump, so he doesn't bother playing at that one either.
As though one would never be bored by Darren Stevens bowling. I'm just very excited to see what happens in this next over with Kadri after that.
Can we just get to having Kadri's next over, please? Darren, would you mind?
Just settle on what? 1-2 runs for this one, and we'll just add that to the total, and we'll get on with it.
Stevens in, still with those 3 slips. Fuller delivery this time to Wesley, who pushes a bit more forcefully up to mid-on. No run, end of the over. And Essex 49 for 2, none for 16 for Stevens from his 9 overs. Victory for Somerset over Glamorgan by a colossal 289 runs. Somerset, who will have their 21-point deduction for the condition of the pitch against Essex in that final game last season, held over until, touch wood, the proper county championship starts again next April. Change of bowling here. Kent, having seen Hamid Kadri take a wicket, are going to take him off.
Momentarily panic at the side of the commentary box. What? Major Percy Flage on Twitter at BBC Kent Sport. Here we go, he says, as Kadri bowls to Cook. Oh. It's forward there. Oh, that gripped as well. He's padding up outside the off stump. Dangerous tactic on occasions. Here we go, says the Major. The beginning of the end for the champions.
But not the champions. But not the champions of this. Let's just remember that. Still champions.
It's a different thing.
Still champions next April, Major.
Kadri round the wicket to Alistair Cook. Sir Alistair Cook. Push forward on this one up to mid-on. There's no run. I'm going to try and get this over in before my update comes up. I don't know. I won't get any thanks from the newsreader, will I, if I'm late into the update? Perhaps I'll do this. Just this one more ball, and we'll one more ball. Just one more. Here's Kadri then bowling to Cook. And flatter delivery, cut away, but just to the backward point to Jack Leaning. And there is no run. Essex 49 for 2.
Matt will disappear off and tell the people of Kent about the dismissal of Nick Brown. And Kadri will continue 1 for 1 halfway through his second over. In, bowling to Cook, tosses that one up, and Cook's well forward and well over that one. Yes, the Major getting excited, Kent fan. But let's not forget, Essex will still be champions next April, come what may. And possibly still T20 Blast winners as well, who knows. 2 out of 3 county champions in the last 3 years, titles for Essex. Kadri in again to Cook. That one's a bit straight to that one, and Cook just stepping away, trying to force away to the offside. No run again, 49 4-2. Essex trying to get to this landmark of the first 50 runs. Northampton move on to 406 now against Warwickshire, lead by 173 in their second innings. Middlesex have declared against Surrey as Kadri is in again, and Cook just very gently playing defensively, so no great demons in that over from Hamid Kadri. It is a maiden though, 1 for 1, end of the over, 49-4-1. So Middlesex have declared 248 for 6 and setting Surrey 303 for victory. And they're underway already there, 11 without loss, with Stoneman and Patel at the wicket. Top scorers for Middlesex there, Holden 43, Robson 31, Gubbins made 60, Anderson 51. There's a Moriarty playing for Surrey, and he's taken 5 for 64 there, Daniel Moriarty. There must be a Holmes somewhere playing for somebody in one of these county sides, surely, which would make it fun, wouldn't it? For a few moments anyway. Massive conversation going on now at the Hayes close end, because there's going to be a change of bowling, I think. Darren Stevens is no, it's not. Yeah, no, Matt Milnes is going to come back on. Stevens seemed to be at that end, and in fact it's Grant Stewart who's going to come on to bowl. Darren Stevens was stood there, always wants to be involved in all the action, but Grant Stewart, who's already had a spell from this river end this morning, is going to come on from the Hayes close end. So change of bowling. Darren Stevens did a relatively long stint there with Essex of 49-4-2, and Stewart with a go, ball in hand, in now, bowling to Wesley. He's got an edge and is gone. The captain is out for a duck, and Kent are right in this game now, with Essex at 49 for 3. Wesley just playing defensively. It's just nipped away from him, taken the edge, and taken by Ollie Robinson. And Kent more than in this game. Essex chasing 202 for victory of 49 for 3, and a couple of wickets have fallen in relatively quick time here. And the skipper has to go, I'm afraid. He looks down the pitch, he looks at the line of the bat, which he offered to the ball, and it has just nipped away. And Matt is back with us.
Yeah, got that one on the update, just on the tail end then. But yeah, so what do they say? That cricketing aphorism, one brings two, quite often, doesn't it? That's what they'll be chirping behind the wickets. And Tom Wesley just feeling outside the off stump. Stewart brought back into the attack. You have to say, from Daniel Bell-Drummond's point of view, his last two bowling changes have worked a trick, haven't they?
Absolutely, 100%. Yeah.
Kadri within 3 balls, and Stewart with the first ball of his new spell. Obviously, captains take plenty of criticism, so I'm sure he'll take that one. But yeah, Robinson catches, and Kent have 2 wickets. Game on, real game on here. Even at 49 for 2, and looking solid at the other end. Kent now with those 2 quick breakthroughs. 153 to win, edging themselves back into this match. Grant Stewart returns from the far end. Thought he was a little bit wayward in his first spell. Did take the that's 2 for 9. Took the wicket of Jamie Porter, the night watchman, on a catch. But that Wesley just felt he chased it a bit, that one, Glenn. It was certainly swinging away from him, but edge behind. And real meeting, 4 of them now meeting over how Grant Stewart's going to bowl this next ball, or at least the field for Aaron Chopra. It's going to be 2 slips and a gully.
Yes, brought Varun Chopra to the wicket. Another experienced batsman for Essex. Stewart is in and bowling to him now, and just from the crease Chopra plays defensively. Hamish on Twitter says, I remain ever hopeful that BBC Sport will use Sir Alistair Cook on their scorecards, just like ESPN Cricinfo do. And they just use the surnames, don't they? On the scorecards they just use the surnames, and then when they list the teams below they use first and surnames, but it's just Alistair Cook on the team lineups. Stewart is in now, and bowling to Chopra, and Chopra angling that one down. Well, it's fielded by O'Riordan, standing at 4th slip. Standing quite a lot closer now, both wicketkeeper and the slip cordon, than they were for Milnes when he bowled from that end. 49 for 3. Cook on 21. Chopra yet to get off the mark. Porter for 3. Brown for 25. And the skipper Wesley for a duck, the men to go this morning. Stewart into Chopra, and again playing defensively, and it drops away, dribbles away from his boot, away to the left hand side. 2 more balls to go in this over. by my money. The 2 umpires just checking as well. Yes, it is 2 for 9, as Matt was mentioning, for Stewart. And so Surrey 303 to win against Middlesex. Stewart in. Oh, and Chopra angling that one along the ground. It's gone to where third slip would have been, but it's all along the ground, and he picks up his first runs and indeed a boundary as well. And the 50 is up for Essex. They are 53-4-3 in pursuit of 202 for victory. So just over a quarter of the way there now, Matt.
Yeah, I'd still say, I'll be overly pessimistic, Essex should be favourites at this position, but a couple of wickets, obviously, momentum changing, Kent, and Essex had Kent, what was it, 23 for 3 on the first morning. It's quite possible that wickets will fall quickly in these situations. Obviously 112 all out yesterday too.
Stewart into Chopra, and Chopra's pulling out the drive here. It was up there to be hit, and he's trusting the pitch. He's trusting it's not going to move away, and it's gone for 4. There was a forlorn dive, and the man then rolls over on his back.
Yeah, Thomas
dying swan act, but it's gone for 4. So successive boundaries for Varun Chopra. End of the over, a successful one for Kent though, and Essex are 57 for 3.
Yeah, double 4s then, but not got many runs to play with, but they keep taking wickets, that won't be a problem. David from Long Ashton Cricket Club on the emails, kentcricket@gmail.com. Seeing Sir Alistair Cook batting, I wondered when the last 90 cricketer played first-class cricket. Must have been some time ago. He says, I think this might be a close one with Kent winning. Wishful thinking, perhaps, he says. Regards from David. I don't know when the next last... Surely when he was knighted there would have been all sorts of stories about that, wouldn't there? But Glenn will tell you in a second. I can hear him racking his brains as we speak. Are those the cogs moving we can hear in the background?
Yeah, can you hear them moving slowly?
This is Kadri then to continue, the left-handed Sir Alistair Cook. Bowls now. Pitch is a bit short of the foot marks, pushes in the offside, and there's no run. Dear Matt and Glenn, says Rob. Main surprise regarding that second wicket was that Matt wasn't updating Radio Kent listeners at the time. Well, there we go, the third one. I got them on, Rob. There we are. Kadri round the wicket to Sir Alistair Cook, and so it doesn't quite time it, but enough behind it. Very solidly 2 out to Ivan Thomas on the offside boundary. Single taken by Sir Alistair. 22 he has. Chopra has 8. Courtesy of those 2 4s at the end of that last Grant Stewart over. Right-hander, so field changes over. But yeah, Rob, I seem to have it be more or less unerring in this match. Taking wickets with the updates. Oh, there we are. And he's followed up, Rob, by saying, well played, Matt. There we go. My absence is...
Well, sir.
more than usual by Kent fans on these commentaries. My absence is much applauded. Kadri over the wicket then to Chopra. Quicker delivery, flat as well. Chopra just defends it back up the pitch.
Well, Alistair Cook is the only cricketer to still be representing his county when he was knighted.
Kadri to Chopra, goes on the drive, moves his feet well, fielded by Stewart at wideish mid-off, and they'll take a single.
Len Hutton was knighted in 1956 after retiring from England and county cricket.
Okay.
But he did go on to play 3 games for MCC. But yeah, he's the only cricketer to be knighted while still representing his county. Because I guess most of them retired and then knighted, aren't they? In services to cricket and various other.
So Kadri, shorter than what this one, punched away. Lovely shot by Alistair Cook. 2 fielders converging on it. Tim Grenoval will get there first, but it'll be a comfortable 2. Confident shot from Sir Alistair, who moves on to 24. The score is 61 for 3 and 141 to win. So, of course, one of those cricketing nights is going to be in the House of Lords, isn't he?
Oh, Sir Ian.
Indeed. And so Kadri to Cook pushes forward, and there's no run. Defends that. The soft hands. 24 for Alistair Cook, Sir Alistair Cook. That bloke. Just tuck my forelock when I say it, that's probably right. 24 for 9 for Chopra, and that over is finished from Kadri, ceding 4 runs. Not quite the extravagant turn that he got before in his first over, certainly not a surprise element. He has 1 for 5 from his 3 overs, 2 for 17 for Grant Stewart from his 4, so the relatively expensive, certainly the most expensive in economy rates for Kent's bowlers, but he has taken the 2 wickets. He's provided the strike bowler element. Obviously for Daniel Bell-Drummond, that will be the balance to weigh up with Grant Stewart.
There are actually only 14 English cricketing nights. The last one before Alistair Cook was Ian Botham in 2007, and subsequent to Alistair Cook, Geoffrey Boycott and Andrew Strauss. Stewart is in now and bowling to Varun Chopra. Just Varun Chopra, no sir or anything before his name.
There's no such thing as a racing certainty, Glenn, and I'm afraid we've got an email which might prick the balloon of what we've been saying there. Philip Bailey, thank you for your email, Philip, as always. Richard Hadley played his last test after being knighted. So no English knights, we would say. Yeah, there we go. Thank you very much.
It's funny enough, Richard Hadley just popped up on my screen.
Has he?
Yes.
What's he up to?
Just not morning Glenn, Sir Richard here or anything like that. Just,
on the Skype, is it?
Just literally on the list of players as I was scanning down. Yes.
So well connected, Glenn. I wouldn't put that past him.
Alistair's the only one to still be playing in England. So Stewart's in, Ed's gone, Chopra's gone. And he looked quite nice actually for his very brief stay at the wicket, but just the merest of touches, much like Tom Wesley, and Chopra's caught behind off the bowling of Grant Stewart, and Matt was saying he's providing the strike wicket, the strike bowling role here, and he's done just that, and the balance is just beginning to tip towards Kent here with Essex 61 for 4.
Yeah, Grant Stewart has 3 now, 3 for 17, and once again he struck with the first, sorry, it's the second ball of the over, I beg your pardon, but early in that over, and again Chopra just dangling the bat a little bit, playing outside the line of the stumps. It's gone through to a Robinson, the merest whiff of a nick. I don't think he was disappointed with the decision, Varun Chopra. I think he was disappointed with getting out. He left, I don't think there was any dissent. But yes, indeed. So 4 wickets down now. 61 for 4, Essex. And Kent, well, at 48 for 1, with Brown and Cook in. Essex, the home side, looking safe as houses. But now 2 batsmen going cheaply. Wesley and Chopra, both the same MO. Caught Robinson, bowled Stewart. And they're at 61 for 4.
And a debutant coming into this situation as well in the young Feroz Khushi. Didn't make many in the first innings, but just finding his way in the game. But as you say, I think Chopra's disappointed in the way he's got out, because it's a very similar dismissal to Tom Wesley, and it's kind of neither here nor there. And the merest of flicks through to Ollie Robinson, who's pouched a couple now. And Kent, whilst not quite on top yet, I think this is beginning to look more like a 50-50 game, and Essex need to establish a partnership now and see out these 15 minutes up to the lunch interval with no further scares and no further losses. But you sense Kent will probably be all over the young man here, as Stewart is in now and bowling to Feroz Khushi. Very crouched stance, he's in, and Khushi's driving back at the bowler. Well, half stops it on his follow through, no run.
It's certainly a bold technique, but having seen two of his teammates get out on the drive, nicking behind. But perhaps taking the attack to Kent is what he feels he should be doing here.
Stewart is in now, bowling, short delivery. Khushi just sways out of the way of that, leaves the periscope up in terms of the bat, doesn't drop his hands, but he's safely out of the way of it. Through to Robinson once again. Interesting how Kent celebrate their wickets as well. They touch toes.
They do. There's a good deal of Morris dancing going on. Paul suggesting they should have brought the handkerchiefs and
set up the maypole.
Pig's bladder on a stick. Yeah. That's not something I thought I'd be saying when I woke up this morning.
Here's Stewart again. Khushi leaves that one. Strange people you are in Kent. Is that a local delicacy? Pig's bladder on a stick?
I think isn't there some sort of jester in a Morris? That's the thing they have on a no.
I'll bow to your
string,
superior knowledge on that. To be honest with you.
I might have got most of my most of my information about English history though from Blackadder, so that may not be true
Yes,
at all.
that may not be factually correct.
Yes.
Truths may have been warped
You
somewhat.
probably need to check that.
Stewart into Khushi. Khushi on the drive, uppishly. Evades the man. Drummond at straight-ish cover. Goes through to mid-off for no run. End of the over, another successful one for Grant Stewart. He's got 3 for 17, a wicket maiden from his 5 overs. And Essex needing 202 to win their first game in the Bob Willis Trophy. And struggling on 61 for 4.
Indeed. So has changed the complexion of this game. Say they're slightly more even than Stevens now. If Kent could get another wicket before lunch, they would certainly start to think of themselves as favourites here. There's a lot of batting to come, obviously, for Essex as well. Plenty of time in the game. That's not an issue. Certainly not with the 4 of those wickets. So Hamid Kadri just pausing for a moment. His captain comes over to him, Daniel Bell Drummond.
Helmet's coming on as well.
Another fielding helmet's been brought out on the field. It'll go behind Roy Robinson, the wicketkeeper, for the moment, unless they decide they want to crowd either Cook or Khushi here. I think more pads are coming on, but Daniel Bell Drummond takes back his place at a deepish mid-off as Kadri now bowls wide of the crease, round the wicket to Cook, who cuts that away for a single. They'll just take the one. Khushi is on his toes. That's a burst of adrenaline, but certainly energy from the young batsman making his championship debut. In fact, is this his first team debut for
Yes, it
Essex?
is, yeah. Just wondered, they just sprinted that one quickly there. I mean, Cook made good connections, so I don't think 2 was ever on. Just wondered if Essex is just trying to get a bit more tempo into things. Maybe not urgency as such, because they've got, as you mentioned, enough time to do what they need to do, but just not fall back into playing for lunch here. Just get a bit of tempo. Let's try to move the scoreboard on, rotate the strike a bit. Let's not just be bowled at up till lunch.
So they got men forward short leg and mirroring on the offside as well. 2 close fielders and a slip as Khushi pushes forward to Matt Milnes, who's at mid wicket. And there's no run, so they're crowding him now. Leaning is close on the offside under the helmet. Cox forward short leg onside obviously, and Stevens slip. Kadri bowls to Khushi, flatter delivery, worked away, good shot actually that by Khushi, used his feet well and has punched that out on the onside all the way on the ground for a single. He moves on to just has a single at the moment. Alistair Cook has 25, 63 for 4. The Major's been back on Twitter. Major Percy Flage, told you so. Kent have been excellent at making wickets happen at regular times for the whole game. What a nervous 20 minutes for the champions. Ball cut away by Cook, forward of square. Thomas Fields on the offside boundary, juggles the ball for a moment as he picks it up. But again, Cook looking comfortably behind that one.
Of course, anybody wins this Bob Willis Trophy,
yeah,
and have a little asterisk by it, I'm sure, which will say first and only winners.
Yeah, it could well be,
possibly.
And in the nicest possible way, I really hope so. The championship is back in full effect next year. But Kadri, it's a great delivery. It's shot past Khushi's off stump. I think it's just held its line, hasn't it? The national off spinner brings it into the right hander. That one's just gone on with the arm, and quickly too, and that was very close. Lovely delivery from Kadri. Bit of variation there. 64 for 4 Essex, chasing 202 as a target. More air on this one. Defended by the young Essex batsman. End of the over. Bit of an alarm right at the end then, but 3 off it. 64 for 4 here on BBC Essex and BBC Radio Kent with Matt Cole and Glenn Speller coming towards lunch. I feel like Kent won't want to go in. They will be pleased to get a few more overs in at this stage with the momentum they've got.
And of course, I don't see what would be wrong with continuing calling the trophy, the County Championship Trophy, the Bob Willis Trophy, moving forward, because all the names now we've got for the various competitions, haven't we? Is it the Botham Richards Trophy? It's going to be called now, isn't it? The West Indies and England play for. I think India and Australia play for the Gavaskar Border Trophy, don't they? So nothing wrong with calling it the Bob Willis Trophy. You know, the county champions lift the Bob Willis Trophy next year.
It's a great idea. Stewart then continuing from the Hayes close end around the wicket.
Is in and bowling to Cook, and Cook on the drive pierces the inner field and will pick up 4 runs for it. Yeah, just hold up slightly on the thicker, more lusher grass towards the rope, but it gets over there, gets for 4. Rather food and drink, that one. He goes on to 34, the score to 72 for 4, but as Matt was mentioning, Stewart's been the more expensive of the bowlers this morning. He's got 3 for 25 from his 5 and a bit overs at the moment, but he's taking wickets at regular intervals.
Yeah, certainly 2 in 2 overs, 3 in total for Grant Stewart, but he is going at 4 and over.
Oh, if he follows the 4 up by taking the wicket of Alistair Cook, I don't think anyone will be moaning at him whatsoever. He's bowling right arm round in the Hayes close end at the moment with 2 slips, an aborted run up because Cook's got something in his eye and he has to step away and just wipe whatever it is away with the thumb of his right batting glove, which is the thumb for the left-hander, which has not got the big thick protective padding on it. So he has to retake his stance again. Stewart goes back to his bowling mark. A few words of advice from Darren Stevens. As the breeze picks up, Stewart in, bowling to Cook, Cook on the drive, didn't go through with it with the full flow of the bat. It goes up to Stevens for no run. 68 for 4 is the score.
Well, we said at the start of the day this could be an intriguing contest. We said 48 for 1. It was looking less so, and maybe Essex just going to grind their way to a pretty handsome victory, but closer now.
It's all gone quiet momentarily. Stewart turns, sprints in, and that's a full delivery which Cook just meets with the full face of that Gray Nichols bat, and there's no run again as Bell Drummond does the fielding.
Email from Sean on kentcricket@gmail.com. Afternoon, he says, Tuesday fun. Good to hear some county cricket on last in the brew house. Sean's a brewer. Regular email to us.
What does he brew? A nice pale ale? Or something
I think he does all sorts actually. Yeah. Previously of Kent, he's a Kent native, but now in Cheshire.
Stewart in again at 2. Cook is leaving that one alone. Do like a nice pale ale.
I'm gonna look up his range.
I've been doing.
We're not allowed to advertise.
No, I've been doing the rounds this summer with all these. I don't think you'll ever get to drink all the pale ales that are brewed in this country. there are just so many. My wife goes out shopping and she comes back, I found another one. There's only so much. Don't get me wrong. I'm quite happy to try, but there are only so many I can drink.
Yeah, your poor wife. You're criticising her for bringing you.
Say to her, I'm doing my best.
Get as many as I can.
Stewart is in. And bowling to Cook, who leaves up one alone. It's like Captain Scott downstairs in the engine room. She will not take any more, Captain.
Yeah, he does.
So what does he brew?
He does. He does an IPA, a stout, a bitter, and a pale as well.
Yeah.
So the pale ale, yeah.
Is it a fruity pale ale? Is it got orchardy taste?
Sean,
sorry, I'm putting you on the spot.
Do get in touch. I've not tasted it myself. I don't think I've had Sean's IPA in one of the pubs in Kent, but. I don't think I've.
So he's in Cheshire, but he's brewing up in Cheshire, is he?
Yes, indeed. Yes, yeah. Moved up there last year, Sean, I think.
Stewart's into Cook, and Cook playing from the crease defensively for no run. Slightly on the walk there. It's the end of the over. Decent one that from Stewart. Just the one boundary conceded. 3 for 21 from his 6 overs, and Essex is 68 for 4. Cook on 30. Khushi just the single.
Sadly, he's injured at the moment, Sean, so he can't play for his own team. The Crew Vagrants, is that right?
Is that just a general term? Or is that
Today could be close. Is it turning much? Cadry's getting it to do a little bit, certainly. So, yeah.
Right.
Keeping us entertained.
4 minutes before lunch. How many times are the Essex batsmen going to do their bootlaces up in this over, do you think?
How many close fielders can get round Ferris Khushi is the other question. 3 of them at the moment. Give it. Oh, it's rebounded back to him. It's a shout for LBW. I thought that bounced up a little bit high, but did it run off the pad up its body?
Well, no one went to try to catch the ball, did they, when it looped up?
No,
so they were all
no, absolutely. It definitely was the LB. I thought it would run up a bit. I'm just looking at the replay here, but Kadri's going to bowl this next delivery, so hang on, Hamid. Oh, yes, indeed. It came in quite a long way from Kadri, that one. And this one's pushed towards Jordan Cox, gets the body in the way of that. As Jordan Cox hits him chest high, not at any great rate, but yeah, it turned significantly from outside off stump, that previous delivery. So Kadri to Khushi then, 4 more to come. And on the drive, Khushi actually just flicks his wrists over that and gets it past Jordan Cox. He took a little bit of the sting out of that, but it's come to Thomas. Comes in from the mid-wicket boundary and they'll take a single. So Khushi is on 2. 69 for 4, still 133 more to win.
If you're Khushi now, you're taking your gloves off the other end on and just signifying no runs.
Yeah. Not interested in any kind of run. Definitely not a single. Absolutely not a 3.
3 more balls to go still.
Indeed. Trying to look for the rough outside to Alistair Cook's off stump now. Kadri floats it into his leg stump and struck firmly towards Jordan Cook's shins. I think he's hasn't fielded it with his hands, but it's deflected off him and not gone very far.
Yeah, Alistair Cook's probably chastising him as well, because that was heading out towards the mid-wicket boundary. Massive gap there. 2 balls.
Oh no. Oh well, here we go. He's had to stop Hamid Kadri there because
Cook's looked at the clock.
Was there a slight breeze? Yes. I think we know the reason. But Kadri now comes into bowl. Flat delivery to Alistair Cook, cuts that away, and Thomas fields on the offside boundary again. He gets away from strike. He won't be thanked for that by Ferris Khushi, but the youngster has to take his stripes here. 70 for 4 then.
I think we're going to get another one in,
I think we might do. Just before lunch, field changes over with remarkable speed.
Scoreboard says 12:58.
We've got another over to come. Kadri to bowl to Khushi then. And turns this one to the onside, but fielded it backward square by O'Riordan, and there is no run. And the Kent fielders jogging through. There'll be another over. Umpire Bainton goes to the far end. As we look at it, and Grant Stewart will have 1 more to try and take his 4th wicket. 4th wicket of the morning it'll be for him as well. He has 3 for 21 so far. Kadri with 1 for 10. Essex 70 for 4 with Cook 31. Khushi on 2. 132 to win. I'll be off to do my lunchtime update.
Thank you, Matt. Matt will join us after the lunchtime interval as Stewart is in and bowling to Cook now. He just pushes defensively into the offside for no run. So it's been an intriguing morning. The balance has slightly tipped towards Kent with those 3 wickets falling for 13 runs, and these 2, Cook and Khushi, trying to repair the damage and see Essex out to lunch with no further issues. Stewart from the Hayes close end towards us, running in round the wicket to Cook, who just on the walk again slightly, playing defensively out, and there's no run. Got no blue sky at all around now, around the county ground. It's lightish grey cloud, but it's high cloud. We're not expecting any rain. Next round of Bob Willis Trophy matches start next Saturday. Essex here against Surrey, Kent at home to Sussex. Of course, the usual service from the various BBC colleagues up and down the country. Stewart's in, and Cook pushing out to the offside and sees the single this time, and elects to take it. 71 for 4. Cook goes to 32, with Stewart having taken 3 for 22 this morning. And he had Porter caught at cover for 3. Wesley caught behind for a duck, and Chopra caught behind for 9. Just about to update listeners into the BBC Essex news at 1 o'clock. 3 balls to go of this session. Stewart over the wicket to the right-handed Khushi is in now, and Khushi's prodding that one into the offside for no run again. It's a little tentative that from the youngster. Very much making his way in the first-class game, and it'd be a nice way to make it, wouldn't it, by either guiding Essex to victory or taking them a long way towards it. But you get the feeling we're going to see a lot of young batsmen in this Essex middle order over the course of the next month or so. As Stewart in again, hurried approach, and that one's short of a length, and Khushi can watch that one go through to Robinson. And we will have the final delivery before lunch, assuming it's legal, of course. Mid-wicket just goes out 3/4 of the way towards the boundary. It might be a double bluff one, that maybe there's a bouncer coming here for Khushi with this final delivery before lunch. Stewart is in and bowling, and Khushi playing out and dropping that one into the offside, and they'll take one. They'll come back for a second as well, as there's a misfield there, and they come through for a couple of runs, and that will end the session then, in which Kent have taken 4 wickets, Essex have scored 73 runs, and they require a further 129 for victory here. Cook unbeaten on 32, Khushi is on 4. Hope you enjoy your lunch. Do come back and rejoin us in around about 40 minutes time from now.
Changed a lot in the last hour into Kent's favour as well. At 48 for 1 with Sir Alistair Cook and Nick Brownlee. Essex opening partnership looking very solid and seemingly content to grind out the remaining runs towards the target total of 202. Kent looked like they were heading out of the game, but then 3 quick wickets. The first one from spinner Hamid Kadri, introduced by captain Daniel Bell-Drummond. He repaid him within 3 balls in order to grip outside the off-stump of Nick Brown. He edged to Darren Stevens for 25. And Grant Stewart reintroduced the attack by Daniel Bell-Drummond, who got it right again. The Kent skipper first ball.
A little bit at the moment, Tom. The players just heading off for lunch here. As you say, 202 the target. They need a further 129 runs. They're 73 for 4. They lost 3 wickets for 13 runs in a little bit of a collapse earlier on this morning. The first wicket to go a lot earlier on. Jamie Porter, the night watchman, hung around for half an hour before he was called at cover off the bowling of Grant Stewart for 3. Nick Brown and Alistair Cook had taken the score along pretty sedately to 48 before Brown was caught in the slips by Darren Stevens off the bowling of the spinner Kadri. And then 2 wickets falling in quick succession. Wesley, the captain, out for a duck off the bowling of Grant Stewart, caught behind by Ollie Robinson, and Chopra went the same way just a matter of 12 runs later, out for 9 off the bowling of Stewart. 3 wickets going down for 13 runs. Cook and Khushi have taken Essex calmly up to the lunch interval, but requiring 202 for victory. This one's in the balance suddenly. Essex 73 for 4 at lunch. Welcome back to the county ground in Chelmsford for the penultimate session of this Bob Willis Trophy match. Essex 73 for 4, the match situation. They needed them of 129 runs to win the game. Kent, having had a very good final 45 minutes of that session, another 6 wickets. Hamid Kadri is going to continue from this river end. He's going to bowl to Sir Alistair Cook. And he looked the danger man when he removed Nick Brown, Hamid Kadri, but it's pretty much Grant Stewart who's done all the damage at the Hayes close end. Kadri, first delivery then after lunch, is in and bowling to Cook. Cook forces away off the back foot. They have got the man as the sweeper on the cover boundary, so it'll just be the single, but Essex off and running 74 for 4. Matt Cole from BBC Radio Kent, alongside myself, Glenn Speller from BBC Essex, to see you through this session. I guess depending on the scoring rate, depending on the wickets taken, depends on whether we get beyond tea or not.
Well, quite. Kent have bowled themselves at least back into contention, I would say, here. I'd still have, I don't think this is through natural pessimism, I'd still have Essex as favourites to win here. They still should do it.
Kadri in, bowling to Feroz Khushi, who tries to whip that one away on the onside, but it's a very strong onside field, there's no run.
And as Nicholas says on Twitter at BBC Kent Sport, to state the obvious, the key to Kent's victory is Cook's wicket. Well, it could well be that, couldn't it? Alistair Cook stays out there for any length of time.
Kadri into Khushi, very much at the opposite end of his career to the man he's batting with at the moment. Turns that around the corner for no run, 74 for 4. Essex plenty of batting to come. Tender, Scarter, Wheater, Harmer. They would hope not to use all, if any, of those. Kadri's in again, short leg and a first slip, just tosses that one up a bit more and just holds it back slightly as well. Just push defensively back down the pitch for no run. Khushi on 4, Cook on 33. Still grey cloud above us, but as previously mentioned, it is high cloud. We're not expecting any rain. Kadri is in again and just pushing that one through a bit quicker this time, and it catches Khushi on the back foot, again trying to turn it around the corner, but it dribbles away off his pads for no run again. Mentioned right at the start of play today, the scores in this game have been gradually decreasing, so 202 was by no means ever going to be easy. Kadri in again, outside off stump, just offering to turn back in, and Khushi plays defensively. And that is the end of the first over after lunch. Just the single added, 74 for 4 Essex, another 128 runs required.
So it's a single off that first over of the afternoon session then, second session. I mean, theoretically, well, even possibly could be over in this second session of the day. I feel like it'll probably go to the last one, but never say never and all that.
Just seeing what Kent are going to go with at the Hayes close end. Will it be double spin, or are they going to keep Grant Stewart on, bearing in mind how well he bowled before lunch, and he's had that 40-minute break now as well.
Looks like Matt Milnes was marking out the foot marks there. It's a good old scuff.
The umpire's taking a keen interest in that. Neil Bainton's taking a keen interest, just saying, I know you've got a spinner on at the other end, let's just...
Well, just look for any telltale signs that Matt Milnes was looking up towards Hamid Kadri.
Yes.
Sorry, whereabouts?
Was it? He's fine, he was
just over a bit.
He was just roughing up where his front foot lands, just so he's got a bit of grip there.
Nothing untoward.
No, not at all.
To say umpire Bainton is no more than 3 yards away from him while this is happening, so yeah, you're right, he's just making sure that he gets a firm foot plant, because there are quite significant foot marks there, and for the seamer obviously there's a little bit of danger when they plant the foot, but he's coming round the wicket to Sir Alistair Cook. Bowls to him now, Milnes, through at a reasonable pace but keeps a little bit low, perhaps just a hint of loosener about that one outside the off stump, kept low as I said, and the former England captain didn't bother with that one, just left it well alone. Just been not damning him with faint praise, but that's been a characteristic of his long career, isn't it? He knows when to play and when not to. And
he'll be disappointed with his first innings effort as well.
So a slip and a gully in now, Messrs Cox and Leaning as Mills' bolt goes through. It generates some reasonable pace there outside the off stump, but again it's left by Alistair Cook. Some good bounce, but on a good length, just left on line. The wicketkeeper.
As you say, he's the man they want. Kent badly want it. They feel if they probably get Cook, they feel they're more than halfway there. You get Khushi at the other end, a young man on his debut. Maybe not quite so much when you're just finding your way into it. Not to say that Feroz Khushi isn't more than capable of seeing Essex over the line, because he is.
Kent supporters will be happy to know Sam Billings, their captain, again involved for England against Ireland today in the final ODI. So push forward by Cook. Doesn't get all the way forward. There's a bit of an ooh and an ah, I think, from the wicket keeper as he drives it up to Darren Stevens at mid-on with no run added. 73 for 4 at lunch off 30 overs, so they got through their allocation, Kent, this morning. Oh, they had one last night, didn't they? So that's not. Oh, that's in the day. They've done all right. Going to time. Milnes round the wicket to Sir Alistair Cook, leaves that.
Left on length again, because that's over the off stump. Like Nick Brown did that a lot this morning as well, so they are trusting this surface.
Absolutely. It's getting some good bounce, some good rising deliveries as well, but you're right, you can leave that one just on a good length, even if it's going over the top of the off stump. The variable bounce appears to be more marked at the far end. One or two have kept really low. The bowling from this river end. As Milnes, if all of his over, just a little glance away through the offside. Nicely done by the Essex opener. Of course, he didn't open this innings, but you know exactly what I mean. Sorry, that was the last ball of the over. He'll steal the strike as well, with Feroz Khushi at the other end. Alistair Cook has 34, whereas Khushi has 4. And Matt Milnes now has none for 6 off his 7.
So it's 2 o'clock start then for this third and final one-day international at the Ageas Bowl. Ireland won the toss and they've decided to field. From what I'm looking down this list, it looks like one change for England, which is Tom Curran coming in to replace Reece Topley. So it's Roy, Bairstow, Vince, Morgan, Banton, Billings, Ali, Willie, Rashid, Tom Curran and Mahmood.
As Milnes bowls to Feroz Khushi, pushing up towards mid-off, wide at mid-off, and that is the end of the over. They did have one ball to come, didn't they? And I looked down at my computer thinking, because they changed, obviously, the field changed. I thought, oh, I've miscounted the number of balls, but it was the last ball of the over. 75 for 4. Khushi just pushing forward to that one, attempting to get on the drive. It's the end of the over. Hamid Kadri will continue from this river end, 1 for 11 so far. Essex 75 for 4 on BBC Essex and BBC Radio Kent with Matt Cole and Glenn Speller. Welcome wherever you're listening today. You can get in touch with us too. We urge you to. essex.sport@bbc.co.uk or kentcricket@gmail.com if you prefer.
Hamid Kadri to continue from the river end. Right arm around to Sir Alistair Cook and bump ball as it's taken at cover, just tossing that one right up there. Kadri. Surrey need a further 286 runs to beat Middlesex, but they're in trouble at 28 for 3 in this group, as after Middlesex declared earlier on today their second innings at 248 for 6. Kadri in, one slip and a short leg, drops the one a bit shorter and a bit quicker through the air and flatter, and Cook just plays defensively. Elsewhere up north, Derbyshire need another 189 runs to beat Notts. They're 176 for 3. Kadri ready once again, in and aimed down the leg side, strikes the pad of Cook and taken a short leg. Durham and Yorkshire are back out playing after the whole of the morning was washed out. Yorkshire need a further 68 runs for victory at 103 for 3. Kadri's ready again, took the wicket of Nick Brown, slower, met with the firm full face of the bat of Alistair Cook. Lancashire lead Leicestershire by 72 runs with 5 second innings wickets remaining, so they are probably going to have to bat the majority of the rest of the day to save that game. Kadri with a 3-man ring of fielders on the offside, just outside off stump and cut away behind square by Cook, and it will go to the boundary. for 4 runs, the first boundary after lunch, and the score goes up to 79 for 4 now, and Cook on to 38.
Daniel Bell-Drummond may be posing himself the question, and a question that's been posed to many captains over the long career of Sir Alistair Cook is, how are we going to get this bloke out? What do we do? How do we keep pressure on? Kadri going for 4 there.
Yeah, just move point into back, or point out to cut that off. Kadri tossing that one right up, and Cook on the drive, not fully through it, and it's stopped at cover for no run. The umpire standing at the non-striker's end, Ben Debenham, didn't seem particularly keen to move there. I wonder if there'd been a miscount, but no, he did call over. And Kadri 115 from his 7, 79 for 4 is the Essex score, so a further 123 runs are required. Gloucestershire 212 for 5 against Worcestershire in their second innings, leading by just 51 runs. Somerset have already beaten Glamorgan by 289. Northamptonshire lead Warwickshire by 197 with 4 second innings wickets standing. You are fully up to date.
Thanks, Glenn. So there's one result already, and Kent will play the winner of that game, Sussex-Hampshire, on Saturday at Spitfire Ground, St Lawrence. I'm going to say now the sweltering Spitfire Ground, St Lawrence, because it's going to be a little bit toasty, I gather, at the weekend from all the forecasters. Not so here. There's a good breeze blowing. Milnes bowls to Khushi on the drive, bounce ball back to Milnes, gets both hands up to it. Almost goes over his head, but enough to stop its progress. I'm going to have to warn Adrian Harms, who's coming with Sussex, that the I don't know if you've experienced it recently, Glenn, but certainly the commentary box at Canterbury has the effect of a greenhouse in the first 2 hours of the day, so the sun directly shines into it. And I'm thinking, if it's going to be 35 degrees centigrade outside in the shade, that it might be quite warm on Saturday afternoon. So Milnes to Khushi through to the wicket, there's no run.
It's like the old shed at Taunton we used to commentate from.
Yeah.
We've got brand new facilities now at Taunton, but the old shed, and it was a bit warm in there anyway. Not only that, but the windows were the old perspex you get in any old shed, and they were filthy. So when the sun shined, not only were you blinded by the sun, you also you were struggling to see between the dirt what was going on.
Always seemed to be a number of dead insects around the place. It really was like a shed. I mean, it's like a not possibly the ideal conditions for commentary. A defensive shot by Khushi pushes it back past the bowler Milnes, who I haven't seen much of a stare from Matt Milnes. He's given Khushi a bit of a glare though as he walked past him, back past to his mark, but there's no run from that one. Ah yes, the sheds at Taunton. Yeah. And site, of course, of Ed Bevan's most infamous for him moment of the ball coming through the window.
That's mine, he calls it.
Yes, crikey. Milnes to Khushi again. Just looks like he hurries him a little bit, but Khushi is full of energy anyway. The defensive, no runs.
Brian on the emails says, good morning lads, listening in from suburban Philadelphia on a work from home day where a hurricane is blowing on through. I'm probably one of the few Americans who prefer red ball cricket to the white ball stuff, says Brian. I'm certainly glad to have the dulcet tones back as part of my work day. Thanks for the great commentary. Now Brian from Brookhaven, PA, or PA's Pennsylvania, isn't it? Yeah. Philadelphia is Brookhaven. He says suburban Philadelphia, so it must be a district within Philadelphia.
Great to have your company. Outside the off stump, catch it, shouted Daniel Bell-Drummond, but he didn't touch it, Khushi. He did motion towards it, but took the bat away at the last moment through the wicket keeper. Just sheer excitement from the Kent fielders there. You had a correspondent earlier from down under, didn't you? So they might not make it through the whole game.
Yeah, Joe from the Central Coast in Australia.
So effectively they'd have to listen through the whole of the night, is that right, to get to the... Depending on when we finish. So Joe, we completely understand that if you're already tucked up in bed, but... early morning in stateside too. A couple of emails from kingcricket@gmail.com. Edging but low, Khushi. This next ball might even go for 4. Thomas is after it. Milnes looks disgusted. It is 4 indeed. I say he looks disgusted. It's gone through third slip area, so wide are the slips they had.
Yeah,
and to be fair, and all the way along the
I
ground.
was going to say 1/3 slip wasn't there until it went along the ground and
Yeah.
he'd angled the bat down. But I guess as a bowler, you're just a bit frustrated.
Yeah.
That, well, you might be frustrated with your captain, you haven't got third slip in. You might be frustrated with your captain, you haven't got third man in. And then you're frustrated with the batsman as well, that he didn't edge it in the air. Otherwise, he was really pleased, Matt Milnes.
Yes,
He was delighted.
his day is fulfilled. So it's 8 for Khushi now with that 4, and 38 for Sir Alistair Cook. 119 to win. Then this partnership started at 61 for 4 with a flurry of wickets.
Kadri then on from the river end. Horrible dull thud from the very toe of Cook's bat as it dribbles out to the offside for no run. He inspects the toe of the bat, it's fine. One slip in, forward short leg as well. Kadri's in again, flatter, quicker. Cook on the back foot, just pushing into the offside where it's fielded by the other Kent spinner, Marcus O'Riordan, on the slide for no run. Sounded like an old chair leg Cook was using there, and the sound that made.
Exactly what you mean. Yeah.
The vibrations go up the handle. Kadri's in again, just holding that one back, tempting Cook, but when you've scored the amount of test runs he has and first class runs, you're not going to be too tempted by that sort of thing. It's not the state of the game to do that. Mid-off and mid-on as well are just 15 yards off the square, so if you don't get hold of something, it's going to loll up straight to them. Here's Kadri again, driven by Cook on the bounce, fielded by the spinner on his follow through. He's bowled very nicely today so far. Hamid Kadri, 1 for 15, 2 balls to go of his 8th over. Clouds just getting a bit lower, a little bit darker. As Kadri comes in, that's aims more on middle and leg there. Oohs and ahs from keeper and slip alike. The other sound was the full defensive of Sir Alistair Cook's bat. And no run again. Bit of chat from the fielders, encouraging the bowler, telling him he's going to get one soon. He's nearly there, he's bowling well. And he's in again, high action that he has, and just angled down and away, down towards the third man boundary. Would he be picked up by the man who was either short third man or on a fly slip, but Cook comes through for the single. That is the end of the over. 54 overs remain in the day, so plenty of time for Essex here. They don't have to start going wham bam thank you ma'am. They've got plenty of time to get the runs. They're 84 for 4. They require another 118 runs. Cook 39 and Khushi a very watchful 8 so far.
Just before lunch, Canadian Tim on kentcricket@gmail.com. Where did this sudden swing come from? Big away swing from Grant Stewart, and the ball that removed Wesley was Anderson-esque, he says. Poor shot from Chopra, he thought, though. Tim might be over before the ODI, he wrote before lunchtime. As always, admire optimism. Hasn't quite happened. Kent are just giving us all a bit more entertainment, that's all it is. Milnes will come round the wicket to Sir Alistair Cook, who may well be entertaining Essex fans with a win if he stays there. If he stays all the way through, he almost certainly will. Just pushing that off the hip, and that will be a single out towards Ivan Thomas, a square leg. Thomas, the one Kent frontline bowler who's not been used so far by captain Daniel Bell-Drummond, who is walking back to his mark with Matt Milnes. He's got Stevens and Groenewald in attendance as well, mid-on and mid-off, so he's got a brains trust, Matt Milnes. If he needs to turn to any experienced seamers, they are standing. Well, Darren Stevens is more experienced than most, and Groenewald is mid-30s. Plenty too. Milnes to Khushi, bounces him, takes on the bait, but that's crashed away for 4. It's hooked away. Lovely shot from Khushi. Well, dug it in short. Khushi seemed to be ready for it, latched onto it. Lovely shot. They haven't got a deep square leg. Backward square is Kadri. Perhaps Milnes was thinking a bit about him. Should Khushi top edge it, but he hasn't. It's easily controlled.
Yeah, and that shot was met by probably the most raucous noise from the Essex camp this morning as well, watching on from under what would have been one of the hospitality tents away to our right hand side. Maybe there has been a chat at lunch that, you know, don't be frightened by the situation to play your shots. You know, you won't be chastised for it if it doesn't come off.
One more ball for me before the update. Here's Mills, bowls to Khushi, and shoulders arms. It goes through to wicketkeeper Robinson, who rather lost that, fumbled it, caught it on the end of the finger. But it's Essex 89 for 4, 113 they need to win. Kent need 6 more wickets.
Still nicely balanced, and well, much like the first session went this morning, very quiet start to it, no real demons from the bowling you would think, and then wickets did just start falling, so Essex still need to be watchful here. Still be careful, still take the runs when they're there, but nothing flash, nothing outlandish. As Mills approaches from the Hayes close end now, bowling to Khushi, and Khushi again, similar to the previous delivery, is able to let it go. Again, the umpires check with each other how many balls left. 89 for 4 is the scoreline here. BBC Sport website and app, and just a reminder to you again, if you haven't downloaded the BBC Sport app onto your various mobile devices, I encourage you to do so, because you can go and listen to the cricket anywhere then, and it acts pretty much like a radio. Plug it into your car, all that sort of thing, and then open another web browser and you can follow the BBC's live county cricket text feed throughout the day as well, all the news from all the other games, and insight as well. Mills is in again, put a bit more effort into that one, but Khushi just, with the turn of the wrists, works it into the onside, but there's no run as it goes straight to the man who is Mills at mid-wicket. Grant Stewart, Mills figures, sorry, number 15 so far. It was Stewart doing the fielding on that occasion. Wide open spaces in the onside for these batsmen, tight ring of fielders on the offside, and the man sweeping behind square as well to prevent the boundary and the drive on that offside. As Mills is in again to Khushi, just met with a full face of the bat, pushed back past the bowler for no run. End of the over, and Essex have moved to 89 for 4. Cook on 40, Khushi on 12. The wind picks up a little bit more. It's just starting to get chilly around the ground, and we'll have the hand sanitising break here. The squeezy bottle is brought on by the 12th man, who's doing a little jig every time he squeezes into the palm of the hand of his teammate. You've got to pass the time somehow, I guess, haven't you? At BBC Essex Sport, if you want to drop us a tweet. I'd love to hear from you. Your emails to essex.sport@bbc.co.uk. Don't forget, we're all building up towards the final of this competition, which will take place at the end of September and run into October. The Lord's final, a 5-day final as well. So bear in mind, it is county cricket. You know, you play 4 days. They've added the extra day on with the thinking that we'll get the result with the extra day. 3 groups of 6, and the teams with the top points accrued from those 3 groups will go through to the final. There is a count back as well if there's 2 teams tied on points and some such. So they've got it all worked out pretty much. There'll be no drawing of lots, let's put it that way. Just a little inspection of the ball here. The Kent skipper Daniel Bell-Drummond just drawing it to the attention of Ben Debenham. He had a cursory glance at it, gave it back to him. It's fine, he says, get on with it, I can bowl with that. We've got another stateside eagle on the email as well.
Excellent.
We'll get to that in a few moments' time. Andy has dropped us a line. Matt's back with us.
So Kadri bowls to Cook, just using his feet. There's the front pad, and pushes out towards leaning on the offside. There's no run. It's 40 from 80. So have I just bundled into your over?
No, you do as well. We'll have a change of bowling, that's fine, I don't mind.
Kadri to Cook, gives up on more air, and Cook meets it more or less on the full.
That's fine, it's going on the list at
No
the end
run.
of the game. Missive will be sent.
Looking forward to the debrief.
Yes.
Will there be a PowerPoint presentation?
Oh, without a doubt, and a slideshow.
Excellent. We love those. Kadri to Cook, defends this one again on off stump of this, no run.
Possibly a pie chart as well. Yeah.
I don't know.
Bar graph.
Yeah.
Wickets taken per word spoken, that sort of thing.
I think that's a problem with working for a big corporation. You probably don't get enough of that, do you? Kadri round the wicket to Cook. This one just a little bit short. He has dropped short. Punch through the offside. Good shot, Alistair Cook. Back foot drive, and that will be 4 runs for him. And 44 he moves on to now.
Yes.
93 for 4.
As if the PowerPoints and slideshows and projectors and that sort of thing weren't enough for big companies and big corporations. They've got us on Zoom now.
Hooray!
They read that, short of putting some kind of tracking device in the back of our necks, they've got us now.
This is Cattery round the wicket to Cook, sort of forward short leg in place. He's on the drive again. It ends up with O'Riordan this time. It's a front foot drive from Alistair Cook, and O'Riordan fields at extra cover.
Yeah, unless you angle the screen at a certain way now. When you go to these Zoom meetings, they can see you in your pyjamas at 12:30 in the afternoon.
There's the Cadre to Cook, flat-ish delivery. That one punched into the offside. It's misfielded, but it's hit almost straight at O'Riordan with quite some force, and it bounced away from him. They'll take a single at the end of the over. 94 for 4. I was convinced when we started doing these Zoom ones that, well, everyone's got better technique than me on the old video, because I look pretty terrible, everyone else is looking good. They've obviously, they've been on Instagram and worked out which angles are best, and I realised that there might be a further reason to that, why I look a bit terrible and scruffy on the Zoom and everyone else looks okay. But I don't want to think about that one. I think it's probably because of the lighting. Is that right?
Yeah, absolutely, 100%.
Not my face for radio.
It's when the comment came, is there a pint in your hand? The concerns really.
Yes.
It's 9 o'clock in the morning.
I don't know if I should betray what I did with failing to mute my microphone in one of the meetings. Perhaps I'll talk about that during. It's nothing rude, don't worry, but perhaps I shouldn't.
Matt Mills continues from the Hayes close end. He's in bowling to Alistair Cook, who tries to turn that one into the onside, but it takes a little bit of a leading edge and drops out on the offside for no run. So Andy's another stateside listener then from the Philadelphia area. Maybe you can get together with Brian, Andy. Says he's originally from Chelmsford, currently tuning in from down the New Jersey shore in Cape May. With that tropical storm blowing outside. Live stream is great. Come on, Essex, says Andy.
Good luck with that storm. Stay safe and all.
Batten down the hatches.
Yeah. So they're both Eagles and Eagles, do you think? If they're Philadelphia way?
Could well be, couldn't they? Philadelphia Eagles, yeah. Matt Milnes into Cook, who lets that one go. Thought about playing at it, and just took the bat over the top of the ball. Yeah, could both be Philadelphia Eagle fans. Is it the 76ers, the basketball team in Philadelphia?
I think you're right. Yeah.
Is there a baseball team?
I don't think there is.
There's not a baseball team in Philadelphia? I'm sure Brian or Andy will tell us.
I've been mugging up on the baseball a bit actually, and obviously that they've only just started playing again, but I don't think they have an MLB team.
Milnes is in to Cook, full delivery. Cook plays defensively back down the pitch for no run. Jonathan on the email as well says enjoying having proper cricket back. Well played to the authorities and counties in hastily organising the Bob Willis Trophy, a fine example of the best of British administration and organisation. There were probably a few PowerPoint presentations, Jonathan. I'm an Essex fan in Kent, Tenterden in fact, he says. I married a South Londoner who had no truck with living north of the Thames, and so my initially anxious move into the heart of Kent. Love the place now, but still Essex cricket through and through, says Jonathan. Milnes in again to Cook, angles the bat out to the offside and spots the single is there. Score moves on to 95 for 4. Game's on a knife edge, he says, and feel that Cook is the key. In for an exciting afternoon as an Essex fan in Kent. Thanks to BBC Radio Kent and BBC Essex. Really enjoying the coverage. Tenterden. I'm not familiar with that.
Oh yes, yeah. Very nice. Proper Garden of England, Tenterden.
He's chosen well then. If he's going to go and live in Kent, he's chosen well, has he? Good.
It's a nice place. I haven't been mugging that much on my baseball because the Phillies from Philadelphia, of course. Fine, yes. So beg your pardon.
Apologies. So they've got it all covered. They're playing
the Yankees. Was that earlier today or yeah?
So they've got NFL. They've got
NBA,
and they've got MLB. They've got it all covered.
They've got a nice hockey team.
And they've got the cricket online. Yeah. As Milnes is in, and Khushi gives it the drive outside off stump. Doesn't quite get all of it, but thinks about the second. Cook sends him back. It's a sliding stop from Bell Drummond, but he missed the ball. There might have been the second on, but I think they were right to be cautious. 96 for 4 is the score.
I thought all the Chicago teams, because my brother's lived there for quite a while, so.
Now you see, I was initially a St. Louis Cardinals NFL supporter. So I thought, well, in that case, I'll follow the Cardinals baseball team. Unfortunately, the Cardinals then moved to Arizona.
Yes.
And so and then the Rams moved to St. Louis. And I was going, I'll just stick with the Cardinals. You can't keep moving these things around. Milnes into Cook. Cook plays defensively for no run. That's why it's better over here. Asterisk by MK Dons, but that's why it's better over here, because teams don't move all over the shop. End of the over, And it is 96 for 4. The target is 202 for Essex. Nearly halfway there.
The baseball team are called the Cardinals at Nervy, aren't they?
Yes, they are.
The same
Yes,
conference.
yeah.
The Cubs, I believe. Anyway, yes.
So then, did I stick with the Cardinals, or did I move to the Arizona Diamondbacks with baseball? I haven't. I've stuck with the Cardinals.
Makes all sorts of sense. But the sort of ebb and flow of baseball rather reminds me of, it's a 3-hour game or whatever, but rather reminds me of cricket.
It's quite a defensive game, baseball, isn't it?
Yeah. But the way that there's a lot of chance to sit and chat, and then there are moments of peak excitement. That very much reminds me of cricket.
I do like reading baseball books. I've read Moneyball several times, which is always interesting about how they built their team.
Yeah,
the Oakland Athletics. There's a lovely one I've just finished reading called Where Nobody Knows Your Name, and it's all about the lives of players who get moved down to the minor leagues and shift around all these teams and constantly travelling around. It's a good book. It's John Feinstein, who's a really good sports writer, so take note of that, Matt, Where Nobody Knows Your Name.
I'm going to. I'm literally going to write it down in a second. Kadri bowls to Khushi, pushes forward, and there's no run. Because I'll just forget.
It's just about the ebb and flow of players who start in the major leagues and maybe have got, star careers ahead of them, doesn't quite work out, and they end up going around the minor leagues playing for not very much money, really.
So Reardon is a change at this end, by the way. So as you may have taken through an Reardon over last. No, it was Kadri, wasn't it? This is a change. Yeah, just making sure. Sorry, with the updates, sometimes I lose the thread.
Yeah, I thought Kadri might have been in for a long bowl this afternoon.
Yeah, I think maybe Cook was just getting on top of him in that last over. Lots of air given, and again he's at full toss from O'Riordan, and that's 4 runs, and the pressure is released as it's driven wide of mid-on by Khushi. Takes full advantage of that. Can't afford many of those. That's 100 up for Essex in that 39.3 overs. Doesn't really matter. They're making enough progress to finish this off within the day's play. And O'Riordan, it's one of those where he's not wringing his hands and saying, "Oh no, that one got away." He's just not meeting his captain's gaze. Is that the thing to do as a spinner at this point?
Turn away, back to your mark.
Yeah, looking down. Suddenly he's fascinated by his footmarks and polishing the ball as he bowls. This one's a slightly shorter one to Khushi, and that's away for 4. Is it behind square? It is. He's just clipped that with the spin on its way past the leg stump, and just lost the flight of it for a second, but it's raced to the boundary, and that's consecutive 4s for Khushi. And this is a head scratcher for Daniel Bell-Drummond, and great news for Essex.
Over halfway there now.
Indeed so. The target is down into double figures now.
And good from Khushi as well, taking the opportunity when the ball is there. And he pulled one away for 4 in the over but last as well from the Hayes close end. And the chat was, you're playing nicely, but if the opportunity's there, take the runs. We're not asking you to start shimmying down the wicket and put it to all parts, but if it don't sort of get into a shell, just keep playing the shots if it's there, and he's taken full advantage there. O'Riordan did bowl a full toss to Nick Brown, who got clouted in the morning session as well.
Change in the field. Daniel Bell-Drummond is moving himself out towards the towards mid-wicket. He's moved Kadri slightly around the clock, slightly narrower, sort of wide mid-on, I suppose. A lot of fielders on the leg side, obviously with the spin, lots of air given to it by O'Riordan. Much better ball, that one, and he tries to drive that one away but can't get anything on it. But not seeing much grip from the spinners, not much threat from them since lunch. So O'Riordan bowls once more. This one's shorter, whipped away again for his Khushi, and fools Ivan Thomas. He went one way and had to go the other, fell over and couldn't get his hands to the ball, and that's 12 off the over. Kent just can't afford that, and that may be a very short reintroduction for Marcus O'Riordan, I'm thinking. 25 for Khushi now, 46 for Alistair Cook, as it's gone to 108 for 4, 94 now remaining.
It didn't look at the cleverest piece of fielding out there, but it was hit with real ferocity from Feroz Khushi, and it took a nasty bounce almost in front of the fielder, and had he been in line with it, he might have been wearing it in his mouth, so he just couldn't quite reel it in. But I certainly wouldn't be chastising the fielder for that. I'd be looking at the bowler dropping short more than anything else. But as you say, good over that for Essex, just released things slightly. 108 for 4 is the score. Milnes is going to continue, none for 17 from his 10 so far. A lot of work going on the ball at that far end. And then, as you say, the head scratcher for Daniel Bell-Drummond is about containing runs, but also they've got to take wickets to win this game. As Milnes in, bowling to Sir Alistair Cook. Cook again, just very comfortably defensively out to the offside, where it's the skipper Bell-Drummond who fields for no run.
England have already lost a wicket, by the way, against Ireland. They are Jason Roy going again.
Oh,
cheaply.
not had a good series.
For 1, no. 14 for 1 they are. Johnny Bairstow has 4, James Vince has 8.
Has had a bit of a back injury, Jason Roy. I just wonder whether he's just feeling his way back into things. Milnes turns. Very busy sort of approach that he has in bowling to Cook, full delivery. Cook just meets that with the angled face of the bat, runs it behind square on the offside. There's a comfortable couple there. Fielder just getting round and picking up now, and the call is for the third from Feroz Khushi, and they've taken the third on the throw. Really good sharp call that from the youngster, and Sir Alistair Cook and Feroz Khushi have put on 50 now, and exactly 50% each as well of the stand, 25 apiece.
Yeah, it's been a good stand this one, and again threatening to take it away from Kent. Need to get one or both of these out in fairly short order, because they're eating up the runs now. 91 to win.
Man out on the fence, on the mid-wicket fence for Kent here, as Milnes comes in and pitches that one up to Khushi, double bluff, pushed out for no run.
Maybe no second new ball, of course, Kent either, just get 90 overs. Well, I suppose technically there might be, it's 90 overs in a day. They might have 1 over with a new ball. If it comes to that, that really will be exciting.
See a couple stood on their balcony on the retirement apartments over the far side, leaning over, just watching on. There's a gentleman as well sat away up to the left-hand side on his balcony. He's got some beautiful flowers up there surrounding his balcony, watching on as well. As Milnes comes in, bowls to Khushi, and Khushi lets that one go.
Johnny Bairstow has gone.
Oh dear.
England 14 for 2.
Yeah. Might be too many for Ireland already. Sorry.
It's been difficult. They've at least found one absolute star for the future, haven't they?
Well, the South African Curtis Camphor,
yes. With the Irish grandparents.
Yep. Apparently it was literally a comment made in the field. He was playing, I think South Africa's under-19s, or Ireland may have been overplaying a game over there. It's just a comment made that someone knew that he'd got Irish heritage. Milnes is in, bowling to Khushi. Khushi on the drive this time. It's not gone where it should have done. He was aiming offside. It's gone up to mid-on, taken a single. Milnes has his head in his hands, and the score goes up to 112 for 4, which is what Kent were bowled out for in their second innings, and still one more ball to go in this over. It could be Kevin O'Brien's last game for Ireland today as well. Rumours that he's possibly going to retire. Famously got that century against England out in India, and has been dining off it ever since. Why not? Why not? Good player though, good player. Milnes, final ball of his 11th over, in and bowling to Cook down the leg side. Cook's got something on that, it's gone for 4. The finest of touches from Cook. Well, when Darren Stevens was bowling from that end, Kent had a leg slip in. Not this time, it's gone down to the boundary for 4, and Sir Alistair Cook has reached his half century, his first of the season. He's gone to 53. Score momentarily off the board, so I'll update you on all of that in a few moments time, but it is the end of the over, and these two have done a good job. Cook's 53 from 93 delivery, strike rate of 57, and Essex 116 for 4, require a further 86 runs for victory.
Yeah, I think if you set up the day's play, you need one of your batsmen to get a 70 or 80. That probably would be enough to carry the side through to victory of 202, and Alistair Cook has already worn his way to that, maybe even to get more, but they need a breakthrough really quickly, Kent, here, you'd imagine, to have any chance of winning this. But as you said, they were bowled out for 112 yesterday, hard to come back from that. And Reardon to Khushi turning into the onside, and there'll be a single taken to Jack Leaning, who's out there, backward square, but having been hit for, was it 12 in the previous over, Reardon does get another over. Shining the ball on his back of his white, on the back of the left leg, waiting for Mr. Cook to settle. Bowls to him now. You can see there's turn there, but it's not coming with any great threat. Cook just defending it up the pitch, and there's no run. Cloudy at the moment, breezy as well. It was all sunshine yesterday. And so Reardon once again, full of length, but again defended by Cook. Just helpfully, the second tap scoops it into the path of Jordan Cox at forward short leg, so he can throw it back to the bowler. Reardon back to his mark, past umpire Debutant now, and onto the pad, but wasn't even a stifled appeal. I think he might have got the O of Alzat out there, Marcus O'Riordan, before realising, I think that might have been pitched outside leg stump. But there's certainly no wicket. Round the wicket once again, getting through his over very quickly. Certainly defends back up the pitch, does Alistair Cook. And there is no run. Jordan Cox thinks about fielding, then realises he's going to step onto the pitch itself. Lets it run up to the bowler. So one more to come, just one off the over so far. Reardon, can he get one to threaten Alistair Cook?
That's better.
Yeah, absolutely. Good line and length, that one. And Cook has to take emergency action, or at least defend it into the offside. There's no run. Cook has 53, whereas Khushi on debut, a very important 27 this could prove as well for Essex. 117 for 4, 85 for to win Essex. You wouldn't certainly call this off with what we've seen from the pitch so far, what we've seen from both teams in terms of flurries of wickets, but Kent could do with 1, 2 or even 3 falling in the next few overs if they're going to stay in, you think, a contention of it, for this match.
Darren Stevens is going to come back on from the Hayes close end. So an exciting run chase here, all building up nicely. So speaking of baseball, as we were, Chris has just basically sorted out, I think, my holiday reading with a list of baseball books. More on that when we get a few moments. But he's given me some titles. He says it's the only sport I know where the stories of the game approach those of cricket. I think he's probably right because of the just sheer number of years that the relative sports have been going. But more on that in a few moments, because Darren Stevens is preparing to start another over from the Hayes close end. For Khushi is just retaking his guard here. 2 slips and the wicket keeper stood a lot closer than they were for Milnes. Stevens in again, lolloping approach, slower delivery obviously than Milnes, comes in, driven by Khushi for no run. So Chris says, listening to you mentioning baseball and baseball books, you can't get any better than Thomas Boswell of the Washington Post on Why Time Begins on Opening Day, Heart of the Order, and my favourite, says Chris, How Life Imitates the World Series. Great to have county cricket back. Thank you for bringing it to us in absentia. Chris, if you haven't read another one as well, called 1964, is very good as well, where it likens the social struggles at the time in America to the baseball season as well. Here's Stevens in well wide of off stump and continuing to go wider as well.
I've got another one. I've got another one to add actually from Matthew, who's Matthew from Paris. There we go. We're all over the world. Might I suggest The Art of Fielding by Chad Harbach, is that right? It says it's a fiction centred on a college baseball team, somewhat in the vein of The Natural, it says.
Okay, that sounds good. But Chris, if you haven't read the one by John Feinstein about minor league baseball, it's worth it. It's not just about players, it's about umpires as well, and even radio broadcasters too. The Stevens is into Khushi, just plays defensively for no run, and their life as being minor leaguers and thinking their career could be over tomorrow.
I think it shares so many things, baseball, with cricket, in that there are a lot of different physiques put in baseball. You don't have to be 6'8" and built like a Mack truck, I suppose they would say in the past. And different techniques, pitchers that throw sidearm, throw from low, etc. All sorts of quirks.
Yeah, it's not.
Lots of time to sit and chat and think as well.
Absolutely, yeah. He's as you say. And that's where they're very similar, isn't it? There are gaps between play, it's not constant. The Stevens into Khushi, and Khushi off the back foot, forcing up to mid-off for no run, fielded by Daniel Bell-Drummond. So thanks Chris, you sorted out my summer reading for me. And just to say, if you haven't tried that one, Chris, that I mentioned, do. And I think my cut from the Feinstein family is probably on its way. But it's a good book. He's written lots of other sports books as well to do with golf and that sort of thing.
Yeah.
That, gets right to the heart of it. Very good. A bit like Michael Calvin does with football in this country.
Same Michael Lewis, who wrote Moneyball, wrote a number of fascinating books on different
Stevens into Khushi. Khushi just gently playing out to the offside for no run. It looked like it was there for the drive, but it wasn't, and he played it very sensibly. Lots of cricket books recently as well published. Good one involving Essex as well. The Grumbler, who's a regular tweeter.
Oh yes,
texter
yeah.
to us.
I gave it a plug yesterday, actually.
Lovely. Don't you worry. If he can get a plug in, he will. He'll be mentioning it. Oh, have I mentioned my book? By the way, we've had him on
it seemed
a couple of
churlish.
times. It's good. It's just a season following county cricket. Really good. Stevens is in, bowling to Khushi, cutting away to the offside, and they pick up a single, 118 for 4. And in the downtime that we've had recently, there's been plenty of time to catch up with your reading as well, isn't there? End of the over, 118 for 4 Essex, chasing 202, 53 to Cook, 28 to Khushi. He's gone along there quite nicely.
And a bit of a gel break here. They're going to get the hand sanitizer out. Can't see exactly who that is dispensing the gel, but has a mask on as well. It may well be Harry Podmore, actually, who's not involved in this game. Ah, yes, indeed. I can see the silver hair of Harry Podmore.
What's that all about?
Well, I asked it because I was basically trying to work out from a colour chart of various paint manufacturers what colour it might be. So I just asked him point blank. Ben was very accommodating during that warm-up match, and we go off tangent a little bit, or I did.
I said to Ben on Saturday, you probably had to find things to talk about when batsmen are coming in for another go.
Yeah,
earlier in the inning.
It was at that point, I think, where I started wistfully thinking about whether he was trying to mimic the polar bear with the silver on, the white on top, and the darker root underneath. He says it's called silver fox. There we are.
There can't be a paint shade.
Oh no, sorry. He said his. When I asked Harry Podmore directly, what colour is that? And he said, silver fox, isn't it? I had no idea. Reardon bowls to Khushi, turns it round into the onside. Milnes on the run, fields.
Well, if he wants to make a few quid, Harry Podmore, and there isn't one called Silver Fox, he wants to get one to our good friends at Dulux. And maybe there's a marketing gap there for him.
So I was, exactly. I was going down that whole road of. Just on the leg side of that one, but quicker delivery. She hasn't played at it. Saying it might, the various different paint companies have obviously tremendously creative names for basically what is white or yellow. Drive by Khushi, toe end though. No real panic from him, but obviously wicketkeeper and slips are trying to chivvy on Marcus O'Riordan here. Gets through his overs really quickly, through 3 balls already. Once more to Khushi. Good length this one, getting turned to the onside. Again, Matt Milnes on the run. This time he has a chance to throw on his right side into the wicket-keeper's gloves. A flash of orange sole of boot there. Seems to be the fashionable colour or
There's a few
manufacturer.
Of them, isn't there?
Yeah, this summer. Ridden shorter ball. Khushi's on the back foot, punching it away. Stewart fields. And in the end it's a comfortable single. So Essex move on to 119 for 4. He's done the last couple of overs, he's done a reasonable containing job, Marcus O'Riordan, but Harmer did that yesterday with Kent and with a great effect, keeping the pressure on as well. I'm not quite sure it's the same effect today. As just 83 to win now at 119 for 4. O'Riordan is over the wicket to Alistair Cook, who cuts that away gently to the offside boundary. 124 for 4. Cook has 54, Khushi has 29. 82 to win now. The stand, what do they come together at? 61. So is standing at 59, is that right?
Yes.
Yes.
Good. Yes.
Crikey.
And you didn't even take your shoes and socks off. Right?
Thank goodness for that.
Yeah, no, very good.
We had trouble yesterday, the listeners will know all about that, so let's not get into all that again.
Well, Mr. Newton used to be a school teacher.
I know. Oh, you heard the debacle, did you?
Dear me.
He got a bit of a padding yesterday. I shouldn't have encouraged our listeners to email in, but there we are.
No, we were having a beach hut day at Clacton yesterday, but I did catch that particular part of the conversation.
Poor old boy, I've no idea where that came from. Off to do an update.
Okay, Matt's off for a few moments. Darren Stevens starts on the Hayes close end once again, in bowling to Cook, and Cook just tucks that one around the corner, behind square on the onside, and jogs through for the single. 121 for 4. And Robinson, wicketkeeper for Kent, takes the cap off, folds it up, puts it in the back of his waistband, dons the helmet, and stands up for Stevens to Khushi. And they think that Khushi's just standing slightly out of his ground for Darren Stevens. Not a bad thing, because Stevens is just getting the ball to move away. So stand out of your ground, just try and cover any movement. Here is Stevens bowling to the youngster now, and Khushi just covers up defensively from the crease, and there's no run again. Essex.sport at bbc.co.uk, at BBC Essex Sport on Twitter, kentcricket@gmail.com if you want to get in touch. If you want to add to the summer reading for the spellers while they're away on holiday, then you're more than welcome to get involved. We've already got a stack there. Thanks to Chris. As Darren Stevens turns again very quickly into his run and approach. Full delivery, Khushi on the drive, straight to mid-on for no run. The Grumbler says, don't worry, at Glenn Speller, I was listening. Glad you are enjoying the book. Yes, enjoying the book very much, thank you, Grumbler. And I've seen the film as well of the image that you've put up on Twitter too. It's a good book, following the county cricket scene for a summer. The right summer to follow it, wasn't it? Here's Stevens in again to Khushi, wide of off stump, and Khushi stands his ground and allows that one to go through, no run. A few gulls cawing in the background. Is that an official term, cawing? Clouds just beginning to lift. We've got a little bit of blue sky over in the distance, over behind the hospitality area here at Chelmsford. Breeze blowing through. It's still shirt sleeve weather, but it can get a little bit chilly. And a further 81 runs required by Essex as Khushi is in. And from the off stump, somehow he's managed to get it behind square on the onside. It doesn't matter how they come, as long as they come. Another single. 122 for 4. He goes up to 30. And that is the end of Darren Stevens' over. None for 19 from his 11 overs. Miserly is one word. His economy rate is below 2. Still 1 ball to go, it would appear. Scoreboard was 1 ball ahead. Round the wicket, Darren Stevens now to Alistair Cook. Desperate for this breakthrough here, Ken. Desperate. And they're in now with Stevens. Bowling to Cook down the leg side. That's not what they wanted. And he tucks that away down to long leg for the single. 123 for 4. So it's another 79 runs required by Essex here to record a victory. Kent, as they have done since lunch, another 6 wickets, which is still very possible, bearing in mind the rapidity with which 3 of them went down this morning. 3 for 13 Essex lost at 1 point. But these two have steadied the ship, batted very nicely. Alistair Cook's been there since the score was 11, came in to replace the night watchman Jamie Porter. O'Riordan continues from this river end. Cook steps away and drives off the back foot, but there's no run as it goes up to the man fielding extra cover. O'Riordan, and one really expensive over against Khushi, but he's been given the ball and trusted with it again, driven away off the back foot by Cook, punched away, I guess you'd say, down to the point boundary where it's fielded inside the rope, and they come back through for a single. Matt has returned.
I have a question from Tom. Enjoying listening, he says, the excellent tussle between Essex and Kent. I'd like to ask if Ivan Thomas is injured. I've noticed he hasn't bowled this innings. He's been on the field the whole time, Tom, so not.
O'Riordan into the right-handed Khushi, just with again that little break of the wrists into the onside. When you mentioned him earlier on that he hadn't had a ball, I did look at 7 overs, no maidens, none for 42. But whether he has just maybe got a niggle that prevents him from bowling, but then again, why be out there if you're not going to bowl?
I wouldn't think he'd be on the field, would you?
O'Riordan in again, full of Khushi on the drive. O'Riordan misses it on his follow-through, but no damage done.
Maybe that their squad is small enough. Harry Pobbo's come out as 12th man, but if he's carrying a slight strain himself, they wouldn't want to risk him, but so otherwise it does rather beg the question.
This next one from O'Riordan is given plenty of flight, driven away by Khushi. Again, not the full flow, just making sure he keeps it along the ground and comes through for the single. I think 125 for 4.
What Matt Walker said about Harry Podmore, for instance, last night, I mean, he would normally think be in the Kent first team. It certainly was through most of last season. Was that he just hadn't got enough overs under his belt. He's probably just not at full fitness, but that wouldn't stop him fielding. You wouldn't have thought. Thomas on the field. Haven't seen Thomas even warming up though.
O'Riordan to the left-handed Cook. And Cook's, well, whether that slid off the open face of the bat or got a genuine edge, only he will properly know. but it's gone away to 4 for 4. It's evaded Darren Stevens at first slip and the keeper. It's the end of the over, 129 for 4. A further 73 runs are required.
Actually, well, the slow motion replay, I have to say, looks better for Alistair Cook than it did in real time. So it looks very much like more like he played it. But perhaps we should just actually trust our own eyes watching it here. In real time, it did look a little bit edgy, didn't it? Like he got to it a bit late. But,
or played it as almost as an afterthought. Really.
But yeah, safe enough though. So Tom from Dover, thanks very much for your email, kentcricket@gmail.com. Also, he says, is Sam Billings due to return to Kent after England's ODI today? He is. I honestly don't know with the bubble how quickly they will come back to their squads though. Whether, as you say, Billings will be free to return and train with Kent and then play against Sussex on Saturday. England move in mysterious ways quite often with these squads. You find players spend rather longer with the squads. I don't know if the bubble makes any difference, but I believe that Sam Billings, certainly he will be available for some of Kent's Bob Willis Trophy matches. But, the logic, Tom, certainly suggests, and I think Matt Walker was suggesting that Sam Billings should be available for Sussex on Saturday. So he's had a great one-day series. Anyone's star has risen in that series against Ireland, although he did say so on BBC Breakfast this morning, saying he thinks that England ODI team is the toughest team in world sport to break into. Stevens to Khushi, squares him up a little bit there as he comes forward defensive there, prodding a little bit tentatively, but back at the bowler, and there's no run.
44 for 2 England in the 8th over after losing those 2 early wickets, with Roy gone for 1 and Bairstow for 4. Vince, who needs a score, you would feel, if his one-day future is not also to be at an end like you feel his Test future is. He's on 16 and Morgan on 22.
Stevens bowls to Khushi, leaves that, just nipping back at him as well, outside the off stump, but safe enough leave. He certainly has left it.
Sad news, Surrey have recovered against Middlesex, 65 for 3. They need another 249 for victory. Don't tell Churchy.
I don't know what you mean.
He'll be here on Saturday with us for Essex against Surrey. Commentary of that, commentary as well as Matt's mentioning of Kent Sussex. So another 249 for victory Surrey require in that game, as we've already mentioned. Sussex have already beaten Hampshire.
Kent supporters will be absolutely scandalised with that attitude because they love Surrey to win. I think it's fair to say. I'm joking, of course.
Does anyone?
Stevens bowls to Khushi, pushes forward into the offside, and there is no run.
Always view Surrey, and obviously Surrey supporters take it tongue-in-cheek. We've all got our little rivalries, and we just do it as a tongue-in-cheek as well. But also Surrey's it's a bit like the comment from Tim Payne, the Australian captain, when they were playing India, and Murali Vijay was batting, and he goes, "I know he's your captain," referring to Virat Kohli. I know he's your captain, but you can't like him, can you?
It's Stevens too. Khushi leaves that one outside the off stump. This one nibbling away, so another safe leave, and there's no run.
Right, sorry, sport. I know they're your county, but you can't like them, really, can you?
I'd have to say, from a Kent supporting point of view, or following Kent, that Mark Church has helped spoil my vision of Surrey by being such a charming bloke.
Yes, no, he's a lovely man. Lovely man, Churchy.
I was quite safe, like a lot of Kent supporters, in feeling badly about Surrey generally, but Stevens bowls to Khushi, back at the bowler, and there's no run. I don't think it goes that deep, actually. Personally, with cricket, it doesn't go that deep.
I think with cricketing rivalries...
I love the game more than I love the rivalry.
Yeah, it's more about rib-tickling with cricket rivalries, isn't it, rather than any other rivalries in other sports. It's just about a little dig, a little bit of banter and a little bit of chat, but it's certainly no more than that, because I think with cricket supporters, it's about the love of the game more than about obviously you follow your county, but
I certainly feel that way. As Stevens bowls to Khushi and just cuts into the offside gently, that'll be just opening the face. There'll be a single out to Ivan Thomas, who jogs in from the point boundary.
Speaking of lovable counties, victory for Yorkshire over Durham by 6 wickets.
You see, I'll get this over quickly for kids sports, but my folks are from Yorkshire, so I'm slightly.
I'm sorry about that.
Different.
Do send my condolences.
Thank you, Glenn.
130 for 4.
I was wondering if you could be more patronising, but no, you couldn't. You excelled yourself.
Years of practice. Another 72 required then
Yes,
for Essex.
more seriously.
And another 6 wickets for Kent. And Kent was, you still got to think they're in the game, still in the game. One can sometimes bring 2, and suddenly you, as a famous Yorkshireman quite often says, add 2 wickets to the score.
Yeah. And Tom from Dover, you asked whether Ivan Thomas was going to bowl. Answer in the affirmative. He's been brought on. It is late, it has to be said, in the day, isn't it? For him, was it 46 overs into a day where the opposition needs 202 to win? So, yeah, he may be a little bit expensive, and that might be what Daniel Beltran was thinking, but here he is.
But could he be the man? We're about to find out. Ivan Thomas is into Khushi. Khushi pushing into the offside for no run. You probably would, if you were Ken, if it costs you 15-20 runs, buy a wicket right now. Just if it takes 15-20 runs, and then we can put the brakes back on it once again and get a fresh batsman in. Alistair Cook just goes down to a quick word with Feroz Khushi there.
Well, James Vince has gone again. Looks almost a typical innings for him. 18 balls for a 16, 3 fours, but yeah, he's gone, caught behind.
Thomas in again, short, cut away, 4 runs. It sat up and begged outside off stump, and Khushi is not going to be backwards and coming forwards for that one, and the score goes to 134 for 4, and Khushi up to 36.
I was going to say he didn't bother running for that one. I think he actually got something in his eye immediately after he hit the shot, so he's sort of turning away from it, but Alistair Cook had jogged down to back up and met him for a bump of the gloves at the other end. But yeah, that's as you say, short, and Khushi showing some skill as well, working that away.
Thomas is very careful when he places the ball in his hands, almost like Matt Quinn's style. Comes in almost with a cocked wrist, in, bowling to Khushi. That's better, back of the length, and punched back to the bowler by the batsman. Just wonder whether that might be it for James Vince now. He had a good run at the Tests, he's had a good run at the one-dayers. Wonder whether they were trying to turn him into an all-rounder at the weekend when he got that wicket. But obviously, and as you said, Sam Billings is saying how difficult it is to get in the England one-day squad, let alone team. There are plenty queuing up to have a go.
Yeah, and Morgan's coming at 4 today. He had been letting Banton and Billings going ahead of him, isn't he?
Well, Banton, the one they're saying is
he's in now.
Comfort's rabbit, isn't he? He's got him out 3 times.
Yes, once the under-19s, and
Thomas in, Khushi pulling away and bisecting the fielders at square leg and long leg, and 4 runs, and it all looks very sedate at the moment. 138 for 4. Khushi goes to 40.
Yeah, at the moment this looks like a cruise rather than a grind for Essex, doesn't it? 64 now to win, 8 off the over, and Thomas, to be fair to him, it's a 48 overs old ball, and what Kent really must have hoped for this day, obviously like Thomas to take wickets, was that they get some kind of grip from the spinners from this end and keep the pressure on, but Daniel Beltran just doesn't seem to have that bowler this afternoon that can restrict Essex and try and force wickets with pressure. They need to strike soon.
Just the one slip in for Thomas as well, noticeably, as they spread the field a bit, try and protect the boundaries on both sides. Short from Thomas outside off stump, off the back foot. Khushi forces it away, sprints the first one, but the man on the cover fence was only 3/4 of the way there, so he's able to cut off the second run. 139 for 4 now.
And to be fair to the bowlers, it's 138 for 4. This is not a disastrous score in the grand scheme of things, but when you bowl out for 112 and you're setting only a 202, it's looking tricky for Kent from here.
49 for 3. When you look at that England batting lineup, Roy Bairstow, Vince Morgan, Banton, Billings, Ali, Willie, Rashid, who certainly knows which end of a bat to hold it, is a very powerful looking batting lineup, isn't it? And if you're not getting runs in it, there are people behind ready to come in. Banton needs to score as well, just to get himself going in international cricket. Thomas around the wicket to Alistair Cook, still just a 1 slip, slower delivery, fuller delivery, and just work down to long leg, and they jog through for the single. 140 for 4, end of the over, 10 from it, and Essex need another 62 runs for victory. Kent still need those 6 wickets. Lots of groups of players, there's a couple at this end, a couple in mid-wicket involving the wicketkeeper Ollie Robertson as well, just chatting, maybe might be offering something to the captain, Daniel Bell Drummond. Have we tried this? Why don't we try that?
Interesting article I read on talking about Banton and Vince et al. About the balance of the England one-day international side, and they need someone that's going to bat 5 or 6. Denley may well have done that if he hadn't been out injured. They're sort of forcing Banton into that position where perhaps there's ball's not coming through as fast, the spinners are on, maybe something he's not used to, because he opens the innings for Somerset in both ODIs and T20. Stevens then to bowl to Cook, takes loads of pace off that one, Stevens, even from his medium pace, and run up to mid-off, just a gentle drive, and there's no run. I think the point being that most of the batsmen coming into the England one-day international side bat top order for their counties, aren't perhaps used to the mid-overs, but if I was Sam Billings' agent, I might counter that by saying he seems to be doing all right. Plays into the offside, but bat and pad, only a strangled shout from the slips, no run. And I suppose the thing with Billings as well, which England will like, is that he's known for playing spin well. But they are maybe just looking at a spot there at 5 or 6 to pin down.
I doubt they might give Dan Lawrence a go at some point, we were mentioning earlier.
Yeah.
But there's plenty in there. Might look for someone who can bowl a little bit as well. We were talking at the weekend as well about what a good time is to come into the England one-day side with the amount of cricket to be played in the 3 years ahead.
Of course, yeah. Stevens to Cook, turns it into the onside, fielded by Mills, and there's no run.
T20 World Cup,
yeah.
Maybe not a Champions Trophy, but something like it, and another 50 over World Cup as well.
I mean, I'd say that's the one-day international team as it is at the moment, separated from the Test team. But of course, when Ben Stokes comes back, I gather he can bat at 5 or 6. He does a job. I think mostly for his fielding, isn't it, Stokes? I think these days he doesn't do much with the bat or the ball, does he? So Stevens to Cook into the offside, and there's no run.
Called upon when required.
He'll turn his arm over and perhaps give it a bit of a thump at number 9. But yeah, I mean, with all the forces at their disposal, Joss Butler or Ben Stokes obviously would fill that space. But as the two squads are separated at the moment, Stevens then to Cook. Cook, little nudge into the onside, very nicely done, just to the left of Matt Milnes at mid-wicket, and they come through for a comfortable single, and Milnes has a shy at the far end of stumps, but it ends up with Tim Groenewald backing up some way away, showing all his experience. Tim Groenewald, he can't bowl, he is the sub-fielder, but he started looking at the ball with a quizzical look. Surely it's not round anymore, is it?
It's going egg-shaped hump, isn't it?
He's not asked the umpire yet.
Measures out.
Is it just sowing the seed there? I mean, Groenewald is a very experienced bowler. Hands it to Stevens. Khushi defends it into the onside. No run. Good full-length delivery from Stevens, but we're really not seeing very much variation. Not much from the movement from the seamers or spin from the spinners. And as they go into this short break here, the sanitizer and drinks break, Essex 1-4-1 for 4 on BBC Essex and BBC Radio Kent. 61 to win. Alistair Cook has 63, Khushi 41, and the stand now exactly 80. And this looks certainly like it's broken the back of the Kent resistance.
Just looking at the way Alistair Cook batted today, people will say that it's nothing out of the ordinary what he's done. It's an Alistair Cook mode, but from the moment he came in, it was almost like, well, if I stay here and bat through, we should win the game, because he's banking on at least one, if not two people to stick around. At the moment, Feroz Kushi's doing just that. Kent gone into quite a big huddle here, and I can see Daniel Bell Drummond, the captain, is leading the chat, as you would expect from the skipper, leading the chat out there, and maybe laying down a little bit of law as well about what they need to do more of and less of. Meantime, Messrs Khushi and Cook are involved in the conversation, maybe about what they're having for tea tonight, while they wait for the Kent fielders to come back out and join us. And I wonder if Ivan Thomas is going to get another go from this river end. It would be rather harsh, even though he conceded 10 off that over, just to dump him after the 1. The dark cloud coming over the scoreboard away to our left hand side now, but I think we're pretty much set for. We've got more blue sky than we've had for possibly the last couple of hours of play. The sun really beginning to come out, beat down a bit more. Yep, Ivan Thomas stays on. Just the 1 slip. long leg, gully. So just seeing if they've got a man out sweeping on the cover boundary. He's just making his way around there now, and mid wicket, more of a square leg possibly, making his way out, well, good 7/8 of the way to the fence. Thomas round the wicket into Cook. Cook cuts away straight to the man out on the cover fence, and they jog through for the single. 142 for 4. All change as the right-handed Khushi comes down onto strike, and Neil Bainton, the umpire's getting plenty of exercise. Man of Essex as he is, up there, comes from up there in Halstead. A nice part of the country. You get up towards Halstead and the Suffolk border, and out into Constable country and Sudbury and that way. Very pleasant, very nice. Thomas over the wicket to the right-handed Khushi, still with just the one slip. No third man in though. He's in, bowling now. Khushi just from the crease, plays defensively for no run. A couple more doors are open on those apartments away to our left-hand side now.
Our family friends used to have a pub, I believe, I was very young at the time, but on the river at Sudbury. Is that possible?
River Store, would it be?
Could well be. And it's their fault that I support Ipswich Town. So I don't know whether to be pleased about that or not.
Well, there's plenty of fault to be had if that's the reason you've been saddled with that. Thomas is into Khushi. Full delivery. Khushi on the drive. Won't get anything from that. Good diving stop there. And there's no run. It's interesting. You mentioned Ipswich Town a couple of times now. And we were talking about.
Sorry, yeah.
Well, we were talking about, a few years ago when they were successful, the FA Cup and winning the UEFA Cup, and that. I've been watching a lot of the big match revisited recently.
Oh right, yes.
And they've been doing the 76-77 season, and it is difficult to remember. In those years when Liverpool were dominating, Ipswich were finishing second and third on a regular basis, and the season just gone by, they had 4 games in hand and were 2 points behind Liverpool, and didn't win the title, and actually blew it themselves. So it's difficult. You forget how good Ipswich were. As Thomas is in once again, and Khushi pushing back past the bowler for no run again.
The year that Aston Villa won the title, which I think was 81, was the year before, because they won the European Cup the year after.
Yeah.
Ipswich were in a similar position, but they had such a fixture backlog. They were in the semi-final of the FA Cup and the League Cup as well, and they played something like 4 games in 10 days or something like that, and just ran out of steam, and Villa won the title.
4 games in 12 days?
In 10 days.
In 10 days, they'd have been rotating players left, right and centre.
Absolutely right.
He can't possibly play 2 games.
No, I think they all played the same.
Thomas into Khushi. Khushi forcing off the back foot for no runners. One of the programmes I was watching, it was the Easter period, and it was a Chelsea game, and he said, and Chelsea had picked the same side that played yesterday. It's just like they played Friday, they were playing Saturday, and they were playing the Monday. Well, they used to play Christmas Day and Boxing Day, didn't they, as well?
I believe that Aston Villa, it's some kind of record. I think they used 14 players when they won the league title in 81, I think, 1981. So yeah, and obviously Ipswich played a lot of games, but Villa played a number of games as well. But I think it was 14 in total.
I think one of the years Nottingham Forest won the European Cup and the title, that they used probably 12, 13 players. Thomas is in, bowling to Khushi into the onside for no run. County cricketers have it tough. They have a big old grind, a number of games to play, and days gone by, the footballers had it too. Not so much now. 142 for 4 at the end of that over. So the target is now 60 runs exactly. 64 to Cook, 41 to Khushi's batted very nicely indeed, and they've kept it ticking relatively nicely. Both have got a strike rate over 50. Kent had a big showdown meeting during that last sanitising break, trying to find a way of getting this breakthrough, but I think Matt's referenced it a couple of times. If the pitch isn't doing masses, you need the ball to help you, and the ball is old now.
And well, again, it shows the difference between the two sides. What do you want to say? It's good Essex bowling or poor Kent batting yesterday. Is that Essex absolutely dominated. Well, Kent, I suppose you might argue, probably quite convincingly, they've won the first 2 days, but Essex so convincingly won yesterday, bowling out Kent for 112. Difficult to come back from that, and sets this low total here. But Grant Stewart comes back on. Well, he's worked as a strike bowler a couple of times. 3 for 24, and they Kent desperately need a breakthrough from the Aussie here.
At BBC Essex Sport on Twitter, essex.sport@bbc.co.uk on the emails.
And Bowles now bending his back. You can see effort ball from Stewart as he returns. Cook pushes it back at him and there's no run. Just a defensive shot.
Sun blazing into the commentary box now.
Yeah.
Still got that cooling breeze. It was flipping hot on Saturday, I know that when I was here. Not quite as hot as Friday was, but we're supposed to be the end of this week you were mentioning as well.
Yeah, I think end of this week across the weekend it's going to be, we're talking about low mid-30s perhaps in the southeast. We'll be testing. Stewart then to Cook, and no great threat from that one. Cook's just nudged that into the offside. Annabelle Drummond fields, but a comfortable single taken. He moves on to 64. Khushi has 41 and approaching a half-century on his debut. How memorable that be, and maybe even batting his team towards a victory as well. Not a bad start. See, Kent's bowlers all have something to say about that.
Thomas from Fort Mill in South Carolina.
Oh, come on.
Says just
Nice.
a quick email to say this Essex fan is listening in from sunny South Carolina. No hurricanes down there. They're battening down the hatches in Pennsylvania apparently. Cheering on Captain Cook and co. I was reminiscing today about listening in to the last time we played, Kent. I must say this fixture's such a dull affair recently.
Here's Stewart to Khushi on the back foot drive there. Roses that again and up towards Milnes at extra cover. Fields no run.
Well, to be honest, the Kent collapse to 112 all out is the only thing that I think possibly has kept this game as an exciting affair. I mean, you would think that Kent would have been thinking going in yesterday, well, let's get ourselves plenty ahead, and then it will be a matter of Essex trying to bat out for the draw and Kent trying to get the wickets for the victory. But that collapse yesterday just put a different tone to the game, didn't it?
I mean, obviously it's simple maths, but if they'd scored a couple of 100 runs, Kent, this would be a very different complexion for Essex. They'd be on the defensive, but here they could take their time, as this one's just glanced to long leg to Hamid Kadri by Khushi, and they'll take another single.
So that's what sort of set the game up, really. I mean, the game down in Kent last year was ridiculous. That's just they don't come along very often. But yeah, certainly in recent times they've had some good tussles.
Once again, looks like Essex is going to end up on top unless Kent can force the issue with a breakthrough. Has to come soon, you feel. Here's Stewart to Cook. Just a little bit of inside part of the bat. Best ball of the over, asking the biggest question, but he's tucked it into the onside. Milnes fields, and there's a single for Alistair Cook. Bit of bat and pad, just seemed to be sneaking onto the pad there, the in-swinger from Stewart, but instead it's Cook with a single. I think he's got one to come, has he? Yeah, and I'll be off for an update for BBC Radio Kent. And in the last hour, there has been no wicket for the visitors here, and that's their problem. Is that Khushi and Cook just won't be budged. And for us, Khushi 42 not out at the moment. Ooh, a little bit inside edge as he drives there as well, inside of the bat, and that's got up to mid-on, and they'll take a single. But those last two shots, both on the drive, both not that convincing, but no breakthrough for Kent either. Both Essex batsmen survive. 146 for 4, 56 needed more for Essex to win here on BBC Essex, BBC Radio Kent with Glenn Speller and Matt Collier. County commentaries, as we have year on year now, every county covered with commentary. A pleasure to do it, and a pleasure for Essex supporters at the moment.
It is at the moment. Ivan Thomas is going to get another go from the River End. It'll be his third over. Sangeetam dropped us a tweet, said I'm a listener, listening in from South India. So we've had America, we've had Australia, we've had Canada today, and we've got South India now. As Thomas is in, running away from us, just the one slip still. Bowling to Khushi, who lets that one go through, taken by Ollie Robinson, who, regardless, has had a good game himself. The Kent wicketkeeper batting up the order in this match. Played very well in the first innings and kind of rescued Kent at that stage, along with Heino Kuhn, because they 23 for 3 when they came together, and having won the toss they'd have been very disappointed with that and were under a lot of pressure as well, but got themselves into such a good position, and with that substantial first innings lead, but it's just gone to pot for them since then. Here's Thomas in again to Feroz Khushi, the Essex debutant. Khushi plays defensively and forward to that one, firmly and solidly. 146 for 4, 56 runs required for Essex. Grant Stewart 3 for 28 from 8 overs. It's the man who did the damage for Kent this morning. When they came back out after lunch, they've not been able to make that breakthrough as yet. 39 minutes to go until tea. Possibly get there. A bit touch and go. Little pause. Daniel Bell-Drummond just moves a couple of fielders, I think possibly on the advice of his bowler. Thomas in again. He's got blue soles to his boots in bowling to Khushi. Turns it around the corner for a single, which they jog through for 147 for 4. The majority of the Kent players have got orange/red soles to their boots. Thomas has gone with the blue. These are all sorts of colours all over the bowling boots as well, but they've been told to rein that in a little bit. The run rate at the moment is just under 3, a smidgen under 3, but these two have rotated the strike very nicely, just gone about their business very quietly, very sedately. At the moment it's working okay. As Thomas prepares again around the wicket to the left-handed Alistair Cook. In now, bowls. Cook lets that one go. Decent line that from Thomas on this occasion. Yeah, all back underway again next Saturday. Another full round of Bob Willis Trophy matches. Essex here against Surrey, Kent at home to Sussex. bbc.co.uk/sport. Go to the cricket pages, you'll find all the details there, and then you can pick out the commentary that you want to listen to, and then also open up the live text page as well, so you can get all the news from the other games, some pictures, some snippets of action as well, viewpoints of the commentators. Chance for you to get involved too if you use the hashtag BBC Cricket. If you use that on your tweets, they'll probably get picked up as well. Thomas is it, bowling to Cook. Oh no, shout for LBW there, but he's bowling around the wicket. He's been given. Cook has been given around the wicket from Thomas, and Cook maybe just getting across a little bit too far in front of his stumps. Slightly high, but given by Ben Debenham, and Essex are 147 for 5. Now, is that going to put a slightly different gloss on this one now? Cook dejectedly walks away. He was looking to just work that one away around the corner. Umpire Ben Debenham feels he's got slightly too far across. I have to say I was slightly surprised when the finger went up, but the live stream will probably tell you much.
A glimmer of a chance of winning this game at Chelmsford.
And it was just in front. Well batted from Cook though. LBW Thomas for 66. Essex still the favourites for this. Matt's just telling BBC Radio Kent listeners that now. But, as we've been saying, add 2 wickets to the total and then see what you come up with, and then it's very different. 147 for 5 is the score. At BBC Essex Sport if you want to tweet. essex.sport@bbc.co.uk. kentcricket@gmail.com if you want to get in touch with us. Give us your thoughts. So the wicket of Alistair Cook has gone down. And this Kent take the opportunity to take a drinks break here. Alex on the email, I wish I'd read this out a couple of minutes ago, Alex, says excellent coverage today. The commentary and live action is making my working day very enjoyable. Cook's technique and temperament, perfect foil for young Khushi. You can see Cook talking to him the whole time, breaking the run chase down in blocks of 5. When you have the best bowler and batsman in the country at your disposal, Fortress Chelmsford will remain intact. I hope they're not apocryphal words, Alex. 147 for 5, and as Matt's been telling us, every time he goes off to do an update for Kent, the wicket invariably goes down. It hasn't happened the last couple of times.
Yep, so it's been great working with you again, Glenn. We're just going to do minute-by-minute reports, I think, on BBC Radio Kent now to take the rest of the wickets, but didn't see that coming.
Ryan Tender-Scarter is the new batsman. Very good innings in the first innings. Thomas is in and bowling to him, and Tender-Scarter cuts away, and they'll take a single on the misfield there. And he needs to sprint as well. They're going to come back for a second. No, they're not. Send Tender-Scarter back. They might, had they turned quickly, have been the seconds, but I think they were right just to turn that down and take the single. 148 for 5. I have to say, I was slightly surprised to see the finger going up. Right arm bowler bowling around the wicket. Cook looking to turn that one into the leg side, giving out LBW. I'm sure someone will tell me on the live feed he was plumb in front, it was hitting middle and off or something like that, but slightly surprised to see that.
Well, I'm going to claim the Arsene Wenger there in that I looked up from my scorecard to see it hit the pad and saw the finger go up, and basically I had it all prepared. I had, that's the wonder of live sport and live reports, isn't it? I had it all prepared. No wickets since lunch. Kent are out of this one, inexorably moving towards a victory. Oh, wait a minute. Just a glimmer of a chance now, perhaps, with the new batsman coming in. But good on Ivan Thomas as well. Anyone that knows Kent cricket will have a lot of time for Ivan. He's had some terrible injuries. Back stress fracture, out with a terrible knee injury the whole of last season, just coming back into his work. Brought in almost a last resort in terms of bowling today by Daniel Bell-Drummond, because he's conceded a few runs in the first innings, and he has rounds to cook, and Stewart's at the other end, 3 for 28. I did temper that by saying to our listeners on BBC Radio Kent, Essex should still win this, but
oh, the old reverse psychology.
Well, but the game is still on. Even you might admit that. I'm not sure. What do you think?
Oh, the game's on. I think the game's on. We said while you were away, we were saying add 2 wickets to the score. You always try to do that just to see what that situation would be. I mean, there's plenty of batting still to come for Essex, and it shouldn't ordinarily on a normal day, all things being even, be a problem. But Kent suddenly have their tails up. They're reinforcing the slip cordon here.
Stewart bowls to Tender Scarter, gets off the mark very smoothly and efficiently, actually. Just dabbing that into the offside. Had a good first innings, of course. Top scoring for Essex, and they're 298, 78 around Tender Scarter. But tightness of the hip, were we told? Was that the reason?
The thigh.
Yeah, the
I
thigh.
think it was.
Sorry, yeah.
It's all that ballpark. I'm just looking at the LBW decision given now. Just looking at a still of it. And yeah, he's in front. He's in front, but it's angling down leg side, and you've got to ask yourself, how far forward was he? Is that going to go on and hit the stumps? It's probably umpire's call, to use common parlance.
It's certainly come into the vocabulary. Stewart bowls to Khushi. Perhaps just hurries him a bit. He bowls a heavy ball, Grant Stewart. I don't really know what it means, but you can kind of feel it.
It hurts when it hits you, I think is the term, isn't it?
I mean, I'm sure going just as quickly from a slimmer bowler, it probably hurt just as much, but Grant Stewart is broad of shoulder and just seems to, ball hits the pitch hard. Usually though stays there looking for a 50 and perhaps to take his side home on the debut to a victory. Stewart bounces him. He's gone for the hook there, a little bit less controlled than the one he had previously. In fact, I think Grant Stewart's thinking, was there a hint of was it just a toe end there, which made the bounce unpredictable, and that's exactly what he was looking for. They had the man reared and out there at deep square leg for exactly that miss hit, but he has continued. Essex 150 up from 52 overs, not far off now.
Doing it nicely, paced it quite nicely. It's if wickets start to fall, we've always said is the problem. The pitch doesn't seem to have any great devil in it. We did wonder when Hamid Kadri took the wicket of Nick Brown, what was his second, third delivery, we did wonder whether it might start to turn, but it didn't have as much impact as maybe Kent were hoping for.
No, did feel that could be a complete sea change to the innings, but they've had to work hard for their wickets here. Kent. Stewart bowls to Tender Scarter, trying to work that onto the onside, trying to get inside the line, ends up just having to defend it. There's no run, dot ball.
The Tender Scarter wasn't involved at all yesterday due to this tight thigh that he's got, but he's fit enough to bat today, so he's had some extensive physiotherapy on it, and he's got a good break as well between now and Saturday, so I don't think he'll be doing too much just to judge his fitness ahead of Saturday here against Surrey.
I think the presumption was certainly that he wouldn't come in before number 7, which is where he's batting. Rap on the pad, big shout from Grant Stewart. It did feel more in hope than expectation, and maybe just running down the leg side. Everyone's very disappointed. Daniel Bell-Drummond actually is asking again. Now that's, I'm not setting any store by this at all, but Daniel Bell-Drummond is not one to go in for histrionics.
It depends how you ask, I guess, doesn't it?
Yes.
I mean, you see, I'm
just querying where is that going?
Yeah, on TV you see that. You see the bowler just walk back past umpire, and you see him go leg side or a bit high, that sort of thing. The Daniel Bell-Drummond, I mean, I wouldn't go, why is that not out? Well, do you feel that was going down the leg side,
I think it's certainly more one of those from Daniel Bell-Drummond, but you can understand as well from Kent, they're absolutely chasing wickets at this point, so they're desperate for it to, the umpire's finger to go up. So it just sticks in the pitch a bit, played very neatly, run out chance, no, shy at the stumps, that was not far away. As went into the offside, throw by Matt Milnes, he feels it was close, head in hands, I mean he had one stump to aim at, so it would have been a heck of a throw on the run again, but they are safe. Debutant Scarter on 3 for us, Khushi on 45. Just a little bit happening in that over though, and that's good for Ken that everything hasn't gone dull after that wicket. Why should it, I suppose, but just trying to keep the pressure up as much as anything else. And Ivan Thomas has made the breakthrough, getting rid of Sir Alistair Cook. Now has to start his over against Ryan Tender-Scarter.
You see, with that run, Ryan Tender-Scarter, even though he's now turned 40, is rapid between wickets, but sometimes we do wonder whether he forgets that maybe not everyone's as quick as he is. And for Khushi, whether he was slow in starting off or not, that hit, he's gone, because the bat wasn't even being slid in, he was a distance out, I think, at that hit. But it's a sensible way for Tender-Scarter to play, because there are singles to be dropped here and there. 50 for Owen Morgan, by the way, as Ivan Thomas comes in now and bowls to Ryan Tender-Scarter, and Tender-Scarter pushes into the offside. There's not a single there though, too much pace on the ball, and it drops out to the offside. They take a single. A 60th one-day international half-century for the England captain, albeit he's an Irishman. 92 for 3 England at the moment. It is
definitely a strange one when you hear the England captain and his broad Irish accent talking about playing against Ireland. But we know the circumstances, there's no going back, is there?
I'm sure there's a bit of ribbing in the field, but where were Ireland when he made that choice? Not anywhere near the stage of cricket they are now. Thomas is in and bowling to Tender-Scarter, full on Midland leg, and Tender-Scarter works that away. Stopped by the man sweeping on the mid-wicket boundary. 152 for 5, exactly 50 runs required now by Essex. My very miners earlier said they're doing it in blocks of 5, blocks of 10. Be ambitious. Doesn't need anyone to do any histrionics now. Khushi just retaking his guard here. He's on 45. He's playing very nicely.
50 to win exactly.
Yep. Thomas turns. Comes in now to Essex's debutant, Feroz Khushi. Thomas bowling. Khushi has edged that one, he's gone! Oh dear me! He's played a long way away from his body there, and he's chastising himself as he makes his departure. But dearie me, that was a very wide delivery and did not need to be played at. He's gone. Essex will have 2 fresh batsmen at the wicket, needing 50 runs still to win this game. And the balance is just beginning to tip towards evens again.
Yeah, he's definitely followed that one from Thomas, and gratefully taken by Ollie Robinson. But well, Ivan Thomas waited 50 overs, nearly 50 overs to get on, and now he's taken 2 wickets in 2. However fortunate he might be, he's made the breakthroughs. I may say fortunate in Khushi perhaps following that one, but he's worked his magic. Khushi goes for 45, and the boycott test is now well and truly been imposed, because Essex 152 for 6 still need 50 to win, and 2 fresh batsmen at the crease as well. So Court Robinson bowled Khushi, bowled Thomas for 45, and like Stewart did in fact with his reintroduction. Took 2 wickets in 2 overs, so too has Ivan Thomas. Delighted for him. If you're neutral listening, this makes the game imminently more eminently, I should say, more interesting, or eminently more interesting, whichever you prefer. But 50 to win then. Adam Wheater comes in, looked very good before his run out in the first innings. So Kent will be all too aware of what he can do, and of course he's shared a big partnership with Ryan Tender-Scarter as well in their first innings, the two of them sharing 69. That'll get them well over the rope here.
Well, they're going to do it, have to do it again if they're going to see Essex over the line. And the volume levels have gone up considerably in the field now from the Kent bowlers and fielders. Two in quick succession here. Cook LBW for 66 when the score was 147. Khushi caught behind off Thomas for 45 with the score on 152. They lost 3 for 13 in the morning session as well, in the second hour of the morning session. Thomas is in now, bowling to Wheater. Wheater eases that into the onside. They're going to come through for a single here again. Tender-Scarter calls through. He was home. Ball nearly hit the stumps, but he was home. And the score goes to 153 for 5, and the remaining runs required under the 50 mark now. Wheater just comes down and just exchanges a couple of words with Tender-Scarter. Kent fielders will be on their toes here because they know how Essex are looking to do this. Drop and run, tip and run. Keep the scoreboard ticking. Kent look up and then suddenly another 6, 7, 8 runs have been added. They get another one and they're favourites, Kent. Again, there's a delay. Oh, there's a much involved chat at this end.
Yeah, this is a big partnership, as you say, isn't it, from both teams' point of view.
Here comes Thomas now into Tender-Scarter. Ball not really troubling as Tender-Scarter plays out to the offside for no run, but every ball you can bet your bottom dollar Kent will be oohing and ahhing. Oh, nearly got him.
The Major's been back on the Twitter.
He's been quiet for a little while.
I feel like I have to do it in his accent, but I'm not sure I can do. Whoa, we're halfway there. Whoa, we're living on a prayer. Come on, Kent. Pitch is dying. Get amongst the last of them. There we go.
I'm sure how that's Mr. Bon Jovi intended it to sound.
No, awfully sorry for everybody then.
Thomas running away from us from this river end in bright sunshine now into Tender-Scarter, who pushes out for no run again to the offside. End of the over, another successful one for Thomas there. 153 for 6, 4 wickets required for Kent, 49 runs for Essex. And we've waited an awful long time for county cricket this summer. And what does it serve up for us? It serves us up a cliffhanger on the final afternoon.
Well, Paul, on that subject, Matt and Glennie says, I said at 11 AM, Essex will win by 1 wicket. I'm sticking with that prediction. And he says, how exciting is this now? This is what I love about 4-day cricket. Echoing your words there, Glenn.
What was wrong with just boringly knocking off the runs? What was wrong with that?
48 for 1. It did look like they might be 4 down at the end.
What's wrong with you people from Kent?
I don't know. Have to make it exciting.
There's no need for it.
No. Could have all been home by now.
Not quite, you know. When you get back over the bridge,
yep.
It gets busy by 4. You do know that, don't you?
Stewart then bowling to Wheater. Wheater, that's a lovely shot. A little bit wide from Stewart anyway, and Wheater, just a gentle drive that is. Hardly any bat lift. It's more or less all timing for 4 runs through the offside.
Well, this was the thing about Stewart this morning, wasn't it? He was a little bit expensive, but he took 3 wickets. And that's what Kent are looking for now, and just 1 more wicket, and he's been a golden arm so far today, and that's what they want from him again.
James Pemble on Twitter, happy to see Kent Sports gone for simply, come on lads. Well, they go by all Kent supporters, I'm sure, at this point. They don't have much to bowl at, not a big total, but what can they do here? Stewart to Wheater, defensive, no run. As you say, bright sunshine. This is more like it was yesterday. It's all fair weather cloud now as well. And I think from what the meteorologists are telling us that this is just basically the mercury is going to go up from here. The graph, daytime graph, if you wanted to draw one, Ben, for any sort of PowerPoint presentation on weather cricket, the debrief. At this point, temperature going up.
Zoom meetings in the garden.
Yeah, if I can with Zoom meetings, I tend to do them without being seen. I have to say.
Oh, no, yeah, you can. You can
I haven't got the right backdrop. I don't have a.
Do you not have a bookshelf with
a library,
War and Peace and Tolstoy and all sorts?
Well, that's a worrying thing. A couple of more famous people than me, and that's more or less the entire population, have been caught out by that, haven't they, by having certain books in their library. Well, I mean, obviously I've got the Ladybird book of cricket,
Yeah.
and
well, it goes without saying, Topsy and Tim go to the cricket match.
That's right.
Yeah.
Cricket for Dummies. I've not got through that one yet. Can't work out which way up to read it. Here's Stewart bowling now to Wheater, 2 slips and a gully in behind him. Good drive again. Yeah, that'll be 4 for him. And I think he just adjusted the shot late as well, Wheater there. Nice movement of the wrist, and that'll be 4 runs for him. So
I thought they were having a Zoom meeting at the end there before that ball was bowled. There were 4 people involved. Massive conversation. Yeah, we'll do that then. Bowler runs up, bowls a half volley and gets hit for 4.
Yeah.
Was that the plan, lads?
I can't even imagine.
No. If I bowl it there and he hits me for 4. And, well, you know, I'm suckering him in. Maybe he was an inch out the line where he wanted to go, that sort of thing. Get him into the frame of mind of playing shots.
Stewart to Wheater once again. Oh, he gets that no. Well, goodness me, that was very close. It was close both Wheaters off stump. He went for a pull from outside off stump. I thought for a moment he got a bottom edge. He ended up in a very ugly position. Too low to pull, maybe even too quick. Throws the wicket back and there's no run.
He went to pull a ball that in the end was about knee height, but on the length it was bowled, he probably wasn't expecting it to come at that height. But
big drag on potential there, I would say.
But a frame of mind of playing shots, isn't
yeah.
it?
Doesn't want to get bogged down. Only 41 to win as well. You can see his point as he drives into the offside again. Kadri goes to get that. They'll come back for 2, and they'll get it as well. Good running, particularly by Tender Scarter, who says lightning across, even with a thigh problem.
I think we can safely say the Tender Scarter thigh problem appears to be over.
Yes.
From the looks of the way he's moving out there at the moment, he's the one that's doing. He's the one that's calling. He's the one that's running to the danger end, and he's judged it very nicely so far.
I think I'll see if I can get the name and number of his therapist after this. If I can run half that speed, I'll be very very pleased. Stewart then to Wheater. Oh, clips it off his middle stump there, but down towards long leg and takes a single. So expensive over. 11 off it. Kent can really not afford that. The target's now just 38 with 4 wickets remaining. You think they're going to have to strike again pretty quickly here. George is full of optimism though, Kent fans. Here it comes. Burst of optimism from George. Kent win. May as well start the car. Ivan Thomas doing a Matt Henry steamrollering the Essex batting lineup. Super Kent go marching on. That's George from Romulage. I admire your optimism. I really do, George. So any Kent fans are a bit nervous. George has got it. Apparently Ivan Thomas is just going to run through. Well, it's only 4 wickets, isn't it? So he could do it.
I'm going to start backing up now on the evidence of that then.
LH on the is that Louis? It is indeed on Twitter. Happy Use Against Sport. This is huge. Come on, you Kent. Huge indeed.
Thomas, he's taken 2. He's into Wheater now and bowling, and Wheater trying to leave it alone. Here's his bat. It bounces into the ground and there's no run there. 164 for 6. 38 runs or 4 wickets. We can discount the draw. The tie is still very much on here. Very much on. He says.
The tie very much on.
Yes.
Yeah, quite right. 3 results very much still in the offing. I don't think it's going to be a draw.
No, I don't think. If it is,
yeah.
You'll have to nudge me to wake me up.
We'll need to hear more about baseball books and all sorts of things. Back to the paint charts, maybe.
Still with the best part of 36 overs to go. As Thomas is in and bowling to Wheater, and Wheater covers up, plays defensively back to the bowler for no run again. I'm not going to use the cliche. I'll mention it, but I'm not using it, which is who says county cricket's boring, because we all know it's not.
Yeah.
And that's a fact. But because we've seen so many games like this in recent times, and it isn't, and this is why we love it, and this is why so many people follow it, and this is why we see the thousands that we get listening to our commentaries and watching the live text pages as well. Where one game finishes, the person listening to that game switches to another because they love county cricket. Thomas. 2 for 15 so far. Into Wheater, full delivery, Wheater on a drive, just evades the bowler on a caught and bowl chance on the way through. And it bounces into the hands of Daniel Bell-Drummond. I think it was well wide of Thomas and not an opportunity, but he could have stayed in the air a bit longer. Wheater examines his bat. Thomas holds his head in his hands. Bell-Drummond puts his hands on his knees and looks at the ground.
I think Ollie Robertson, the wicketkeeper, actually did a backward roll. So he's so excited. He definitely did. You'll see that on the cameras. He was so excited, just pure sheer energy. Yeah, Wheater certainly, he's not going to be caught wandering here, is he? He's going for his shots.
Thomas. Into Wheater, he's bothered in once. Wheater pulls that one away. They've got 2 men out there though, and just as well the deep backward square leg knew where that was going, because the man on the mid-wicket fence had run the wrong direction. I think he'd lost the track of the ball, and they come back for a couple of runs. 166 for 6. James on Twitter says, speaking of impressive Zoom backgrounds, if you're just joining us, it's not been a slow afternoon, but we have it. He said, the Bishop of Manchester went through a phase of having an entire bookcase of wisdoms on display.
Oh.
Something to aspire to. Now that's quite interesting, James, and I'm going to like your tweet for a reason that I'll explain in a moment. As Thomas turns away again, into Wheater. Wheater plays defensively for no run. Our Around the Wicket programme on BBC Essex is back on the air once again, every Saturday 2 to 4, very good list. And we're doing a series on memorabilia and collecting. We had Tony from the Essex Museum on Saturday, and we're trying to track down a couple of Essex players who maybe collect stumps or balls or things from games where they've done very well. And if the Bishop of Manchester has got a whole collection of wisdoms, James, you might just well have set up our first guest for Saturday.
Oh, excellent.
So I'm going to give the Bishop of Manchester's office a ring tomorrow. They're slightly off the wall, but Thomas comes in again to Wheater, full delivery, and Wheater works that into the onside, and they'll just take the single. Oh, and a no ball is signalled by umpire Debenham, so that helps the Essex cause just a touch more.
Well, isn't that wonderful? Well, yeah, that's journalism, then, isn't it? Picking up sources wherever you can, ideas, etc.
Well,
Manchester.
hey, listen, I'm not proud. I'll take ideas from anywhere. How much must a full collection of wisdoms be worth, though? If
So
it is a full
when was it
collection,
first published?
18, blah, 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 isn't it?
Actually, I should know that because I've got the 150 years of wisdom compilation, which I think was 2013. Would that make it? Would that make sense?
I would think so.
2013. Yeah.
As Thomas is in once again, that's a full flowing drive outside off stump on this occasion, but unfortunately it doesn't get the runs it's required as it's, or deserves, as it's stopped at cover. 169 for 6, 33 more required. Good shot that from Tender Scarter, but without reward. So if you do know someone, by the way, who's got a really good collection of memorabilia or collects certain things to do with cricket, essex.sport at bbc.co.uk or at BBC Essex Sport on Twitter. James has given us an idea there. I'll take ideas from anywhere, I'm not proud. End of the over.
Right. Yeah, that's just being open to ideas, Glenn.
Yeah.
It does you a great service, that, I think. Thinking laterally. It's not just a tweet. It's not just an email. Jim on Kent Cricket at BBC Kent Sport, in fact, on Twitter. He's already moved on from this one. Is actually you're assuming Kent are going to win this one, Jim, or you just like to think ahead? Can you confirm Podmore is injured? Is he likely fit for the next one? Matt Walker said he's just a bit undercooked in that hadn't got through as many overs. For whatever reason, the fitness is just not quite up to speed on this one, but they are expecting to rotate their bowlers. If you hadn't heard from before, certainly Simon Cook, who's the bowling coach, has said probably no Kent bowler will bowl in more than 3 of these games. They will rotate to stop them breaking down because they're so underprepared from where they would usually be. I'm going to give that proviso in that Darren Stevens will do exactly what he wants, I'd imagine. So I wouldn't be at all surprised if the bowlers in their early 20s are rested for a couple of games and Darren Stevens is still bowling in October. But yeah, that's the broad plan, I think it's fair to say. Stewart to bowl to Wheater, wraps him on the pads, but I think he got a bit of bat on that as well. Turned it into the onside with it as well. But Wheater certainly is going to make the game exciting when he's batting. It's all happening. They come through. In fact, did get a bat on it, definitely. A single for him. He moves on to 16. Tender Scarter has 4. I'm off to do an update for BBC Radio Kensington, and Speller will take you through the next few.
Victoria, who's our presenter around the wicket on Saturday afternoon, 2 till 4, I may have mentioned it on BBC Essex. Do give it a listen again via BBC Sounds after this game's finished. Obviously, has emailed me and says, we've got a wisdom collector for Saturday, but I'll take the Bishop if he's available. I'll give him a ring. I don't have his direct line, by the way, Victoria, but we'll give the Bishop of Manchester's office a ring and see whether he wants to come on and talk about collecting wisdoms, assuming they're his, of course. As Mills comes in, bowling to Tender Scarter, drops that one into the offside, starts to trundle down the pitch. Adam Wheater gives him a sharp shout of no, and he turns around. Stewart does the fielding in his follow through, and that's it, run to another Kent fielder. Just throw the ball around. Owen Morgan starting to open up against Ireland in that third one-dayer. 32 runs required by Essex here. England batting against Ireland, having been put in. 123 for 3 in the 20th over there. Morgan's got 71, Bantam's on to 25 now, trying to feel his way into international cricket. Milnes is in and bowling, and Tender Scarter covers up, plays defensively. There's no run again. Blue sky, all the clouds gone apart from the white wispy stuff above us. Grey clouds around earlier on, but that's pretty much cleared away now. We've got a very pleasant Tuesday afternoon now here at the county ground in Chelmsford city centre. Hope you're enjoying it wherever you're listening to us from. We have people from Pennsylvania, South Carolina, India, Australia, Canada. Even had people emailing and tweeting from Kent and Essex. Who'd have thunk it? At BBC Essex Sport on Twitter, essex.sport@bbc.co.uk, kentcricket@gmail.com. As you probably gather, all subjects are open there. Most impressive Zoom background you've seen on the various interviews being done on various television stations so far. Lots of bookcases, aren't there? Here's Stewart in and bowling to Tender Scarter and pushes that one up to mid-on, and there is no run. 170 for 6. 4 wickets for Kent. 32 runs for Essex. On a tightrope. And Stewart at the end of his run turns, faces up to Ryan Tender Scarter, the former Essex captain, now in and bowls, and Tender Scarter angles his bat into the offside and comes through for the single. They eke out another run. 31 more required. Matt's back with us, and I heard exactly what you were just trying to do as well.
What's that?
You just commentate on that last ball. Just squeeze that into your report,
yeah.
didn't you, in the hope you're
going
to get a wicket.
No.
That's exactly what he did. I know your good friends at Radio Kent only like between 30 and 40 seconds, and I think that went over 40 just so you can get that ball.
If so, there'll be a debriefing for me.
there'll be as there is now, someone is preparing.
Yeah. It was 42 seconds. What pushed that over the edge?
I've got a pie chart to show when he went over. Here's Milnes in now, and Wheater playing from the crease for no run. That is the end of the over, and Essex are 171 for 6. Tender Scarter's got 5, Wheater's got 16, Stewart's taken 344 from his 11 overs. Thomas, 5 overs, no maidens, 2 for 20, and it's Thomas's introduction which caused the turnaround.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to be busy going to set up an advocate from Kent County Cricket Club to defend me. Obviously I'm doing a great job for them and for cricket on the radio by making wickets happen every time I do an update, so that'll be my defence, I think.
Unions are being contacted as we speak.
Yeah, indeed, yeah. Certainly I'll admit to a total lack of professionalism. I don't think anyone knows me would expect anything different, but for very good reasons, surely. 171 for 6, 31. It doesn't look like much of a total, but wickets have been falling in pairs, well, more or less all through this match since Hino Kuhn exited, haven't they? But 2 decent partnerships for Essex yesterday. Thomas bowls, and he's going low, as he big shout from him, and gone! And Wheater has gone, Tender Scarter has gone, kept low, and I don't think there was much doubt. Umpire Debenham always keeps you wondering, has a good look, a good think, but that kept low, and I don't think any complaints from tender Scarter. And Thomas has his third wicket. He waited 40 odd overs to get on, and he now has 3 for 20, and he has changed this game since lunch for Kent, getting rid of both Sir Alistair Cook and Khushi after a big stand of 86 between them. And now tender Scarter's gone, and every time Kent appear to be out of this one, a bowler pops up with a wicket to change your mind. So, and tender Scarter, full of experience, 78 in the first innings, has gone. And Kent take another wicket just to keep us interested for a bit longer.
Ryan tender Scarter looked really disappointed. I don't think because of the decision, I think because of the fact the ball kept so low. And off that length he would not have expected that. Brings Simon Harmer to the wicket and bats it okay in the first innings. They just need what do? Are you trying to eke it out and nick singles here and there and keep it king? Or do you just go for a couple of lusty blows maybe to get the target down? Simon Harmer I don't think will die wondering, but while he's got Adam Wheater there, he'll give it his utmost. Just Cook and Quinn to come for Essex, and I make Kent favourite now.
I'll give it evens at this point. It's only 31, but they just seem to be striking again and again, and Thomas has the last 3 wickets to fall. He bowls down to Simon Harmer, who is no mug with the bat. Here comes Thomas then. Oh, goodness me, edged away! Big celebrations, and he walks, and Simon Harmer, it's 2 in 2 balls for Ivan Thomas, who has turned this game around. Not used by Daniel Bell-Drummond until 40 odd overs into this innings. He has 2 in 2 balls, he's on a hat-trick, and he has 4 for 30. Extraordinary events here, and Kent must be favourites now. With that, Simon Harmer, it was a good low catch as well. But that is an absolute shocker for Essex. Thomas, 4 wickets in his spell for 20 now. The scoreboard has frozen as if in shock. Harmer goes for none.
He's just hung the bat out at it, hasn't he? He's just dangled the bat there, and it's taken the edge, and that brings Sam Cook out, and Adam Wheater comes out for a chat, and Adam Wheater is going to have to get the majority of these 31 runs if Essex are to get home. And Ivan Thomas has swung the game for Kent here, and as Matt said on a couple of occasions, introduced so late in the innings, and introduced when the ball was so old, not really looking like it was going to do anything. And the shouts go up from the Kent outfielders. Bang on to win this game now, because you think that Wheater might start be thinking about opening up.
Yeah, Sean the Brewer with a simple "Come on, Ivan" on Twitter at BBC Kent Sport. This is a hat-trick ball for Ivan Thomas, 4 for 20. They're going to bring an extra slip in. They're bringing Gully, Marcus O'Riordan, and it's Sam Cook to try and defend this hat-trick ball and do more. As Thomas bowls to him now. To Cook, defends it, forward defensive, very good shot, and a dot ball, but wicket dot for Ivan Thomas at the moment. Astonishing turnaround here. BBC Radio Essex, BBC Essex and BBC Radio Kent. Goodness me. So hat-trick ball comes to nothing, but he's back to his mark now. Thomas with 3 balls to go of this over. 171 for 8. Essex 31 shy of winning this one. Cook looking very calm there though. If you've got the Collywobbles Essex fans there, so he dealt with those 2 balls in a very phlegmatic fashion, which bodes well.
It's a good line just being used on the live text feed on the BBC Sport website. This game refuses to go quietly. There have been 2 or 3 periods, haven't there, where you think, well, Essex is going to knock these off now. They seem to have blunted Kent, and then something happens just to keep Kent interested, and now they're more than interested.
Yeah. 2 wickets from winning, 31 for Essex. Absolute thriller at Chelmsford. Thomas to Cook. Another good defensive shot by Sam Cook. No mug with the bat, obviously. But, well, how he's repaid Daniel Bell-Drummond for eventually getting round to using Ivan Thomas. Perhaps keeping him back because he thought he might be a bit expensive, but brought in when they needed wickets and needed them quickly, and Ivan Thomas has obliged in quite stunning fashion. We're at 340. What would it be when 30 overs are remaining? I think we may go to, it's last day, isn't it? So we should go to tea after this ball from Ivan Thomas, which gives us all a chance for a breather. And didn't expect the blood pressure to rise quite this high today. 171 for 8. Thomas bowls the last ball before tea to Cook. It's another great defensive shot by Sam Cook, and that should be the interval. And
no.
Is it not? Is it because it's 8 down? I would have thought it was because it's 9 down. Or are they going to go with overs? Perhaps they are. 3 overs before 30 remaining, so unless they came out a fraction after 140, did they?
Yeah, they did, because we finished about 4 minutes past 1 in the end. Because
there we go, so that'll be the
that
reason.
extra over.
So it feels that it should be, because last 8 normally is by time, isn't it?
Yeah.
So the Grant Stewart's over here will be the last before tea. What a pleasure bringing you this game. I don't just say this because, I know people, Essex fans will say, oh, you're saying that. But, you know where I'm going with that. Mumble. But, as you say, Glenn, there's a bit of a cliche now about, they say county cricket's boring. I don't think any of our listeners will think that. Certainly brought you so many enticing contests and exciting finishes. Well, perhaps Kent want to go to tea because they're having another one of those Zoom meetings. Tim Gronewald, I'm not sure if Freddie Coon's actually injured. I think he's just been brought on because he leads the meetings. Is he the arbitrator?
Is he the one that sends out the invites?
Right,
to the meetings.
No, Danny Bell-Drummond's saying, Grant, Stewart, your microphone's not turned on. Give it a go. No, anyway, Stewart will bowl this. Should be the last over before tea. Essex 171 for 8. If a wicket falls now, though, they may extend it.
Yeah.
If it does, obviously Essex hoping upon hope that they keep the wickets intact.
Here we go then. Stewart running in towards us from the Hayes close end. He's in a bowl into Adam Wheater. Wheater works that one into the onside. There will only be a single there. Kent will be quite happy. Adam Wheater's got confidence in Sam Cook to prop that end up. Wheater comes down though, just to reinforce the instruction. There are wide open gaps in the onside for a single at the moment. I can't think the Kent captain will leave it like that, because he will want Stewart to have as many deliveries as possible at Sam Cook. And he has done that now. In fact, he's moved himself in there to a short mid-wicket. Stewart into Cook. Oh, big shout for LBW here. Neil Bainton's not interested. And in fairness to the Kent players, they probably just about finished that before. No, it's not.
You can imagine they're on an absolute hair trigger to appeal about anything at the moment, aren't they, Ken? Because of the excitement of the situation. But I say I like the cut of Sam Cook's jib though in terms of his batting. He does look very calm. His body language is very, very composed.
This next one is allowed to go through by Cook. No addition. Robinson takes. And applause from everyone in the outfield.
I think, to paraphrase one of our earlier emailers, no one is starting the car right now.
No. I think. If you left the ground footballing wise, you'd be running back trying to get back in.
You would. It's all over.
Changing the field just to keep Cook waiting a little bit longer. Strengthening of the slip cordon. Goes into second slip, and then someone will gully or fourth slip, depending on what you want to call it. Quite wide there. Stewart's in a bowl to Cook. Just plays defensively out into the offside for no run. Just like he's playing on the local village green. There's there might be a pint after this one. There's no pressure whatsoever on it.
He does look so calm, doesn't he? As I said, who knows what's going on in the grey matter, but just looks relaxed and loose, but tight and defensive.
Here comes Stewart once again, slips crouching, Cook lets that one go. Losing ours, I think it's for me. Yeah, I don't think that was a close to the off stump, but maybe even I thought. Exactly 30 runs required, 172 for 8. One more ball of this over to go. The dismissals in quick succession of Cook for 66 when the score was 147, and Khushi for 45 when the score was 152. Could well prove crucial here, that after they shared a stand of well over 80. Stewart's in, bowling. Cook again is able just to leave that one alone, and that is the end of the over. And we continue with Essex 172 for 8. I think they're going to bowl 2 more. I think it's 30 possibly. Yeah,
perhaps it is, because it's fewer overs. Maybe they will just adhere to the session lengths, but yeah, it's at 3:46. It certainly isn't being done on time.
Yes, the stand was 86, wasn't it?
Yeah, yeah. And Ivan Thomas, here the golden arm. Yeah. The club called him Big Red on their Twitter. There we are. So, red of hair and beard. And now he will bowl slightly up the slope from the river end to Adam Wheater. Bowls now, and Wheater just gets inside the line and turns it into the onside to Hamid Kadri. There's no run. Seems an age ago now, but you might remember Hamid Kadri being introduced and getting rid of Nick Brown with his 3rd ball, and we thought at that time, oh, it's going to start gripping and turning, and this could be a battle of the spinners against the Essex batsmen. After that, 2 wickets for Grant Stewart and 4 for Ivan Thomas, so not quite sure where that was leading us. Leading us to Ivan Thomas bounding in now towards Wheater, a little bit wide to no ball as well from
no to run then.
No, they have taken a run, but so it'll be 3 in total. Thomas just overstepping again. Yeah, a little bit of a problem with that. Martin Debenham sending that to the scorers. So it'll be an extra delivery. So we've just got through 1 effectively on this over so far. Owen Morgan on 91 now. Tom Banton has 51. He might answer a couple of critics. Yeah. 172 for 3.
Good.
Perhaps he can bat in the middle order then, after all. Thomas then, bowling to Cook, leaves that outside the off stump. Seems to be very deliberately not entertaining the thought of playing the ball at the moment when he doesn't need to, Sam Cook. Looks like a good tactic as well. Weeter's prepared to play shots, and Cook is going to hold up his end and frustrate the bowlers perhaps. Very economical in his approach.
Essex fans now saying, come on, it's only 27 runs. It's only water thin.
Well, you'd have to say at 171 for 6. It's only 31 runs.
Yeah.
Easy life, 4 wickets remaining.
Ken fans now saying, it's only 2 wickets, it's only water thin.
Thomas to Cook, defends it back at Thomas, who on his follow through just reaches the left arm down and deflects off the fingers and stop it going any further. No run. I'm going to say from a Kent point of view that whatever happens in this match, this has been a good bowling effort from them.
It's been a good bowling effort from both sides actually on a pitch that it's a bit slow.
We had thought going into this game that if anyone's going to really lack preparation, it'd certainly be the seam bowlers. And maybe the batsmen would hold sway, but that's not the way it's gone. Thomas slope again towards Cook, bowls left outside the off stump, too wide, doesn't need to play at that one. Cook,
you've got they don't want to give away runs clearly, but you've got to bowl straight.
Yeah.
because Sam Cook clearly is not going to bowl anything that he doesn't think he's not going to play anything that he doesn't think is on the stumps.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. With Wheater, there might be an argument for letting him chase one outside the off stump, but
Cook's played 12 balls now.
Yeah.
I think I think 3/4 of those he's not had to play at.
I feel he's under any pressure at the moment. I'm sure psychologically you're trying to get your side home with 27 to win, 2 wickets remaining. So Thomas to Cook once again. That was making play. Lovely drive, hits the stumps at the far end. If not, that was certainly a couple, if not more. And it's a good shot.
It's a good shot, but it's better from Tom Wilson.
Yeah,
full and straight.
Well, force him to play, but none from 13 it is now. 175 for 8. This should be the last ball before tea, we believe. I know we keep saying that. Oh no, wait a minute.
No,
wait a minute. Wait a minute.
What do we know? Very little.
I know, yeah. It feels like I'm saying this is definitely the last over 4 tea since about 11 o'clock this morning, is that right? Thomas having a bit of a chat with Darren Stevens.
Century for Owen Morgan, there's still half an innings to go.
I mean, he's kept himself in reserve, hasn't he, Morris Owen Morgan? He's an absolute machine, that man. Banton has a half century as well. Thomas bowls to Cook there, makes a play against that, no! He's played outside the off stump for once, going for a, well...
I wonder if that's gone past the inside edge.
I think it has.
Yeah.
In rehearsal, it was a pretty poor shot. He's gone for a cut. It's gone. Well, it looked good though.
In the rehearsal, it was a poor shot.
Afterwards, he's just gone for a swipe. You would make it look a bit more elegant than that. It's gone through the wicket keeper, Robinson. Yeah, if anything, that was getting the under edge, not the top edge. You know where I'm going with that, though, don't you? If you're going to rehearse a shot, you want to make it look more elegant than that. But perhaps in his frustration, he was just repeating the action. But thank you for the replay, Sam Cook, anyway. He's been absolutely composed until that had a shy outside or stump. Threw the hands at it. Dot ball.
I really want to get to this email, but the game's in such a situation that we can't really take our eyes off it. But Jerry in Colchester had dropped an email. He's got a full collection of wisdom.
Oh, man. Take him up on that on the weekend, maybe?
Maybe.
Yeah.
Stewart's continuing from the Hayes close end. He's in and bowling to Wheater. Wheater on the drive will take the single up to mid-off. So Jerry says, good afternoon, gentlemen. As an elderly Colchester boy living in Hertfordshire, I'm thoroughly enjoying the commentary on this nail-biting finish. Without any smugness, he says, I have a complete set of wisdoms from 1864 to this year. It's been printed every year, including both world wars. Not all of my collection is original, although the vast majority are. In fact, originals of the early years will set you back many thousands of pounds, each depending upon their condition. Stewart, in bowling to Cook, straight one. Cook pushes back to the bowler and there's no run. I indeed have my set on bookshelves in the room where I participate in Zoom meetings, and they're often commented upon, as you can see from the attached photo. I'll take a look at Jerry's photo. Thank you, Jerry. Great email. Thanks for listening.
Excellent.
And if you're around on Saturday afternoon, around the wicket 2 to 4. Oh, very impressive. Very impressive. I'm not so sure about the cuddly penguin sitting on top of them, Jerry, but no, very impressive. This next one is pushed back down the pitch by Cook, no run. I think I've got about 3 wisdoms and I think they're in a garage.
But you've got to come
One
on.
is from 1864, for mention.
Just in passing.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's quite old though, isn't it? So that's pretty old. It must be a bit dog-eared. You give that way to a job or
Well,
something?
yeah, just done that out.
Yeah. You want a new one, really?
have you reprinted that? Meantime, back at Raj, Stewart's into Cook. Cook driving outside off stump. A bit slower from Stewart. He's held it back. I don't think this is going to get to the boundary. They're turning for a second now. Won't be one for the throw there. 2 more runs though, and that's the important thing from Essex's point of view. And Cook's off the mark as well, taking him 17 balls, and the score goes to 178 for 8. 24 runs required.
Every run, I'm tempted to say, Essex favourites now.
Just more conversations at the bowler's end.
Yeah.
Fielder moves half an inch there, blade of grass there.
They've taken out the. I hope they don't have to regret this. Are they looking for? Perhaps he's going to dig this one in short.
Yeah.
That will be the message, because Marcus O'Reilly's gone quite deep to square leg. He's come out of second slip jack leading, moves to gully. And Cox at first level alongside Robinson.
Stewart's in and bowling. Bowls full. Cook pushes out to the offside for no run. I don't think you'll find Sam Cook hooking at this stage.
Say it turned out to be a mighty old bluff anyway, didn't it?
Yeah, don't think we'll be pulling that one out of the bag anytime soon.
It's one for the nets in the next couple of days, perhaps.
For now, it's all about keeping Adam Wheater company.
What a game.
Oh, fantastic. Isn't cricket great? Last ball of this over, 3:48 for Stewart. Stewart's in, he's bowling to Cook. Cook sways out of the way of that one, drops the hands on it, just like he was opening the batting for his county and not coming in a run chase down at number 10. And on we go.
Do we now? They must be playing the extra half hour then.
Yeah, I give up cricket. Great game.
Great game.
As for the nuances and the small print,
We've no idea what's going on.
we obviously weren't present at this. I'm going to keep saying, we weren't present at this Zoom meeting.
Well, I can only imagine they've extended because they're 8 down. I thought it was only with 9 down, but if the umpires, I suppose, think that either side could win in the extra half an hour, so that's also possible, isn't it? That Essex, with a flurry of runs here, with a bit of a burst, could get to. I mean, I'm happy to watch more. I'm not in a hurry to get a cup of tea.
Who benefits from the break, either side? Do Essex really want their batsmen going out starting again? Kent feel they've got a bit of momentum here and want to stay out there?
That's a good point. Thomas then to bowl 178 for 8. Essex bowls to Wheater. Again gets inside the line of this one. Just nudges it out to Hamid Kadri at mid-wicket. He's temporarily distracted by a plane flying overhead. He's fielded the ball first, I should say, if you're listening on the radio or watching the pitches. 178 for 8. 24 to win. Yeah, gotta love this game. Just when you think something else happens. Long run up for Ivan Thomas. Tall, broad of shoulders, good 6'5", 6'6". Ivan Thomas bowls to the diminutive Adam Wheater. Drives uppishly, but it's safe through the offside to no ball, so it wouldn't have made any difference even if he got the field there. So that's another run. It's 3 runs, including the no ball. Now they're down to 21 to win. Well, I would say good luck to the bookies running the book on this one. I've no idea where the odds go at this point.
Good luck to anyone putting any money on it.
Quite.
A fool is easily parted.
Yeah, quite. Bookies usually end up okay, don't they? So perhaps we don't need to worry about them too much. Sam Cook then facing Ivan Thomas. 181 for 8 Essex. Such a close finish here. 21 to win, 2 wickets for Kent. 4 defensive by Cook.
No ball.
No ball again. 2 more off the total, and now we're below 20, 19 to win. And Thomas will be all too aware of this. They can't afford to leak runs. He's going to need to make this one up to his captain with a wicket here. Consecutive no balls. So 5 off the over. Getting the 1 run off the first no ball. He's going to my update shortly.
Me too as well.
And here is Thomas then to bowl to Cook. 2 slips in the gully in behind him. Drive by Cook up to mid-off. This is a legitimate delivery. I'll take just the 1 more as it ticks over towards 4 o'clock. And Kent fans are aware that with the update comes a wicket. So that should make it interesting for the next half hour.
It's 10 to 4, you haven't got to go on yet, have you?
Really 3 for 8. Absolute signs, even that the fielders have stopped chattering now. The tension is palpable. 183 for 8, 19 to win for Essex.
Oh!
It's a big shot by Cook. It's safe.
Four.
Planted its 4 through mid-wicket. Yeah, he's pulled it away for 4. Expensive over this one, as it's broken the back of it for Essex. 15 to win now. And that's what now? That's 9 off this over with the no balls. And It's 4 balls to come.
Regardless of whatever happens, if I was in the Kent field, I would not be chastising Ivan Thomas because he's the reason
No, they're still
we
there.
got to this stage.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, they're going to have a bit of a meeting here, so I'll go off and do my update for BBC Radio Kent. Good luck, everybody, in the meantime.
Good luck with my voice, I've got something in my throat. Yeah, so Daniel Bell Drummond and A. Other from Kent have gone for a chat, leaving Ivan Thomas on his own. They're taking the third slip out and moving him to mid-wicket. Excuse me, I do apologise. And then sending another man out onto the fence. Big gap between first slip and probably fourth slip now. Thomas is into Cook. Cook plays forcefully back towards the bowler, who just about stops it on his follow through. Long hold over this one with the 2 no balls. 187 for 8. 15 more runs required. Been a good day of county cricket this. The sun is blazing down, almost purely blue sky now. Temperature's risen, off and on the field. And Ivan Thomas has hauled Kent back into this game and hauled Essex back within range. 15 needed, or 2 wickets. Thomas is in, bowling to Sam Cook. Cook plays defensively back down the pitch, and there's no run. 1 more ball to go in this over. At BBC Essex Sport if you want to tweet. You can email essex.sport@bbc.co.uk. And seeing as I appear to be producing our Around the Wicket programme while on air, if you've got any cricket collections, maybe that aren't wisdoms now, we've got a few people who collect wisdoms, do get in touch. I'd love to hear from you. I'd love to get you on the programme on Saturday. As Thomas turns, a little wearily now. Specs the ball, carefully places it in hand. And Thomas is ready for his final ball of this over. He's bowling to Sam Cook. In now, Cook, outer part of the bat, drops down into the offside, and there is no run, and that is tea. We are going to have 20 minutes to gather our thoughts, and we're going to be coming back out. Do stay with us, have a cup of tea, go out and walk around a bit, suck in the air, calm the pulse rate, and do rejoin us in 20 minutes.
Absolute thriller on the final day here. Kent travelling in. Essex seem to be out of it on the final day. As the Cook, former captain for Khushi on his debut, brought 86 past him, 147 before. Looked like Kent were out of this with Essex, who's 202 to win. Then again, Ivan Thomas wasn't called into bowl before. 40 overs into the second innings of Essex, and then took 4 quick wickets, 2 balls at one stage to put this right on a knife edge.
Standing by today.
They played an extended session to see if the Kent would finish them. Essex needs 15 to win now. Kent needs just 2 wickets, 187 for 8. Essex are as they go in for a 20-minute tea break. We'll continue our commentary either afterwards, of course. And it's going to be an absolute thriller to see who wins this one. We had 20, Cook had 6 as they go in. As I said, 4 wickets for Ivan Thomas.
Tom, the players just headed off for tea here. Essex needs 15 more runs with 2 wickets intact. They seem to be cantering towards victory when Sir Alistair Cook and Feroz Khushi were together. A stand of 86, but they were both dismissed within 5 runs of each other. Cook LBW to Ivan Thomas for 66, and then Khushi caught behind off the bowling of Thomas for 45. And Thomas, who spent most of the day grazing in the outfield, has come on to such great effect. He then removed Ryan Tender-Scarter LBW for 5, and Simon Harmer the very next ball. It was bedlam in the Essex changing room as batsmen searched for pads. Adam Wheater is out there trying to calm the ship. He's been helped by Sam Cook. Essex are 187 for 8, and from seemingly heading towards victory comfortably, they need 15 more with 2 wickets intact. We're going to the wire. Welcome back. Hopefully you've had 20 minutes to just settle things down a little bit. The batsmen are heading back to the middle. Kent have gone into a huddle. 15 runs required for Essex, 2 wickets required for Kent. Martin on the email says, today is my 2nd wedding anniversary. My wonderful wife has allowed me to watch until the end. Please thank our air for me, and perhaps I'll get a few brownie points or 2. Several things to say about that, Martin. 1, I'm not your marriage guidance counsellor. And 2, as the years go by, and you're very new to marriage after 2 years, you'll find wives allow you to do a lot less as the years go by, so make the most of it. We're back out, ready to go. How the week's going to be facing up. Just saying to Matt Cole from BBC Radio Kent off air, going off might be a disappointment. This will either be over really, really quickly, a couple of lusty blows, or Kent take a couple of wickets really quickly. And then it's kind of a bit after the Lord Mayor shows, the tension had been built up so fantastically well up to this point, but I'm sure Kent will have lots of meetings in between each delivery just to slow things down. Again, Matt's back and refreshed and ready to go.
Still a bit nervy, to be frank.
Oh, it's only cricket.
It's only cricket.
It's only the most important thing going on in our life.
However sad that may be for all of us in the commentary box listening at home. Just love it. So, it is going to be Mills, isn't it? They're going to bring on. I wonder whether they would. He's probably the most economical of their bowlers, Matt Mills, but also he's quick, so get an edge and it could well go to the boundary. He comes down now from the haze close end, bowls to Wheater outside the off stump. A bit of a loose now, a bit wide from Matt Mills.
A few more leagues, that was still the drive.
Absolutely, that's better. For a dot ball. Got a message from a friend, well, maybe a former friend now. Matt from Nottingham. I've been listening to your commentary, he said. I followed it with, in capital letters, Essex, Essex, Essex. Anyway.
He's off Christmas
I
card.
was going to say, that's Matt from Nottingham, an acquaintance. Great company. Wherever you are, here's Mills to Wheater, just pat down to the offside, just reaching forward a bit, wants to get on the front foot. There's no run.
It's bubbling up nicely between Derbyshire and Notts as well. Derbyshire need another 109 to win with 4 wickets intact, so that's going nicely. Yorkshire have beaten Durham.
It'd be nice if Notts could beat Derbyshire, wouldn't it?
Lancashire lead Leicester by 137 runs with 2 wickets standing. Worcestershire need 87 more to beat Gloucestershire, 23 without loss in their second innings. Somerset hammered Glamorgan. Northants lead Warwickshire by 264 with 4 wickets standing, so that's heading for a draw. Good comeback from Northants with bowler 142 in their first innings. And Surrey need another 205 to beat Middlesex, they're 109 for 5.
Mills then, slipping in the gully in behind Adam Wheater. Bowls now, Wheater clips through the onside, he'll get at least 1 for that, maybe 2. And maybe even 3 for the throw. They're not going to risk that at this point. O'Reilly goes in, it is a good throw, really accurate to Mills on striker's end. Longest boundary, so you always need your binoculars to see Marcus O'Reilly out there in the late side outfield, but 2 runs.
It's a good half stop by Beldrum, got a hand on it, I think otherwise that was going for 4. The third one-day international, England at 214 for 6 in the 33rd over.
Still a bit of time if they want to use that. 13 to win now for Essex, 2 wickets for Kent. Mills comes in to Wheater, cuts that to gully low, I should say. Don't get excited, Kent fans. Don't start smashing the crockery, Essex fans. It is no run, fielded by Leaning. Sampling still there, I should say, Kent fans, well, aren't they?
Essex.sport at bbc.co.uk if you want to drop us an email. At BBC Essex Sport at tweet. You've got a few moments.
KentCricket@gmail.com if you like. Loads came in during tea. I'm not sure I've had enough time. Here comes Mills to Wheater. Straightens him up a little bit. Into the leading edge. He comes forward, but it's all on the ground. No run out for Hamid Kadri. Building the tension. Yeah, that England game, I'm saying to you during tea, it feels like Owen Morgan, the captain, has just turned up for 10-15 minutes, got himself 100, and he's left 25 overs for the rest of the bat.
Go on, lads,
You're right, yeah. So, I mean, it would be dismissive to say, okay, I've won this one for us, have a bit of a net, but it may turn out like that. Mills to Wheater. Now Wheater just a bit outside of the bat there, but along the ground again. Mills just falling in his ankle there. That'd be got a single, by the way, Essex, I should say. And the victory target now down to 12 to win. 190 for 8. Who believed at the beginning of the day we would be here? Was it Paul who said Essex will win by a wicket? Did he believe that? He's doing pretty well.
Just building drama, just keeping us all on our toes. Interesting move. I wasn't expecting Ivan Thomas to start after tea. I mean, he's the reason Kent got to this stage anyway, that burst of 4 wickets. I wasn't expecting him to bowl again after tea because he started to no ball quite a lot, which cost him 2 runs to throw. Darren Stevens is coming on from this River Red, the vastly experienced all-rounder. At the risk of repeating ourselves, 44 years of age now. That's a word in the ear of skipper. I always do well against Essex skip. I'll see this through, don't worry. He's been a thorn in Essex's side, and in what might be his final season, maybe he'd just like to twist the knife a little bit. Robinson's going to stand up the wicket-keeper to Stevens with Adam Wheater on strike. Stevens will be taking the pace off the ball as well, so Wheater's going to have to manufacture it. 12 to win. Stevens is in. Bowling to Wheater. Short. Wheater turns it to the onside. Sets off with a single. Cook sends it back. It wasn't there.
All my emails on kentcricket@gmail.com. This game proves while the local format of the game is amazing, all results still possible. Still think Kent will blow it. I'm a Kent fan, so used to seeing them blow it. I think Kent's future looks promising though with some talented younger players.
This next one from Stevens into Wheater outside off stump, and Wheater's got time to rock back and hit it out into the offside and jog through for the single. 191 for 8.
George, back on the emails, full of optimism, but he also wants a new nickname for Ivan Thomas. He doesn't like Big Red. He wants, can we call him Ivan Thomas the Tank Engine, as he's steamrolling Essex, Super Kent, says George.
Diana, who's out in Canada, a regular listener of Calgary in Canada, says I'm listening from behind the sofa. Now, I'm not sure how effective that is to be.
Whatever works.
Stevens into Sam Cook, full delivery, Cook on the drive, evades Bell Drummond at cover, or an extra cover really, and then there's a tumbling stop by Thomas. 191 for 8, 11 runs required. BBC Essex, BBC Radio Kent, Glenn Speller and Matt Cole with you.
Indeed so. And I'll be off for an update in a minute.
Oh no, really?
Yeah.
Stevens is into Cook again, full delivery, Cook again on the drive, in a part of the bat, out to the onside. We've been saying all day, whenever Matt goes off to his updates onto BBC Radio Kent, invariably a wicket falls.
Yeah, well, 11 to win. I think it's probably about time, isn't it?
Those of you suggesting that he turns his microphone off. It's not a done thing, he's a guest.
Michael finding it slightly distracting when I go off and do my updates, but there we are.
Stevens into Cook. Cook cut, he's got under edge, that's going to go for 4. That's going to go down to the vacant third man boundary. And Essex pick up 4 runs, 195 for 8, 7 more required. It was a wide delivery from Stevens, it was there to be hit. Cook didn't get very much on it, but it's gone to probably the only place where a fielder might not have a chance of stopping it. 4 runs.
Well, the ball betting now swings heavily in Essex's favour, but a wicket here, it swings back, so who knows?
Stevens, false start. Back with the heads everybody. Smile from Darren Stevens to Ivan Thomas. He's running away from us now. He's in, bustling sort of approach to Cook. Very correctly, defensively. Now to the Kent skipper, Daniel Bell Drummond. That is the end of the over. 195 for 8. 10 to Cook, 24 to Wheater. We go on.
I'm going to have to go off, I'm afraid. There we are. Updates to do. So yeah, I should do it between overs, should I? Can't get a wicket when there's...
If you go quickly do it now. There you go. He's off. Matt's off to update BBC Radio Kent. We'll continue here. At BBC Essex Sport, if you want to tweet, essex.sport, bbc.co.uk. So many of you have been doing that today from all over the place. India, Pennsylvania, South Carolina, the Gold Coast in Australia. And as previously mentioned, some people from Essex can be in contact as well. Never catch them. Pause in play here. And I'm going to have another meeting at the far end, at the Hayes close end, before Matt Milne starts this next over. Darren Stevens has gone from end to end. He's up there, had a little passing word with Milne on the way past. He bowled to the more established of the two batsmen, who is Adam Wheater. Long channel going. Jerry's back in contact, telling us about collecting the wisdoms earlier. Make it on the programme on Saturday, Jerry, because we're doing cricket memorabilia. So it's a quick wisdom fact for you. In 1948, Essex were the only team to bowl out the Australians in one day at Southend. The problem was, and it's a well-known story, the problem was the tourists had amassed a little lack of 721 runs in the process. You got your money's worth, didn't you, that day in South Church Park? Right, we're ready at the county ground in Chelmsford. 7 to win, 2 wickets standing. Mills is into Wheater. Wheater covers up defensively, plays out to the onside where Bell Drummond does the fielding. Clouds scudding in now, pushed by the stiffening breeze. In the city centre of Chelmsford, the traffic constantly circulating the ground down the south way. People heading off to all directions. Little do they know if they turn to their right, if they're heading up the south way, and their left, they're heading down the south way. There's drama going on just over the fence. Here's Mills. In again to Wheater. On the full, Wheater turns that behind square on the onside. They'll definitely take one. They think about the second. Cook, who's watching, puts his hand up. Firm shout of no. Sends Wheater back. 196 for 8. They're within one blow of victory now. I wouldn't be advocating that, but they are within one blow of victory. Sam Cook's done such a good job in supporting Adam Wheater. He came when the score was 171 for 8, and since they've eked out 25 runs between them. But it's the balls that Cook's kept out, the deliveries that he's eaten up, which is just as important. Mills turns into Cook now. Cook plays defensively out to the offside. They think about the single, but there's a sliding stop by Hamid Kadri. And there's no run again. 3 balls to go and it's over. BBC Essex, BBC Radio Kent with you at the county ground in Chelmsford. And we've got an eye on the live text feed on the BBC Sport website as well, where all the county updates are coming in from all over the country. There's so much to be said about this game. It's such a topsy-turvy game. Mills turns into Cook. Cook plays back down the pitch. Bowler fields on his follow through. Kent having that first innings advantage and then being hustled out for 112 and setting Essex at 202 target, and Essex seemingly just going on quite nicely in the morning session, and then losing 3 wickets for 13 runs, and then in the afternoon seemingly having it won again, and then they lost 4 wickets for 24 runs. And Ivan Thomas, the man who's hauled Kent by their bootstraps back into this match. Mills is in, bowling to Cook. Cook, airily. Behind square, it's going to be a mix-up here, it's going to be a run, there's a throw, and it's missed the stumps, and then there's a midfield as well. Cook and Wheater almost shook hands in the middle of the field. Wheater sent Cook back, Cook had to turn round, there was a throw by O'Riordan from square leg on a slight midfield. The wicket-keeper wasn't up to the stumps, he had to throw at the stumps, he's missed them, he's not out, there wasn't a run scored. Matt Cole. It was like Headingley last year with Leach and Stokes.
Beautifully described. I've got nothing to add to that, but it looked, as you say, absolutely odds on that one of them was going to be run out. But with the keeper not backing up or not up to the stumps, O'Riordan had no choice but to shy at them from a deep position, so close, almost committed suicide there.
Here's Mills into Cook. Cook very correctly pushes back down the pitch. There's no run. It's the end of the over. We've mentioned Zoom quite a lot today. They almost had a Zoom meeting in the middle of the pitch, for heaven's sake. End of the over, 196 for 8.
They got the ball early. They thought it was the end of the over. No, wait a minute.
No, it wasn't the end of the over. It was scoreboard was slightly.
No, I thought when they were in the middle. Oh, they've forgotten. Ball's gone dead, hasn't it? Wow.
Dear me.
Well, yes. At the risk of repeating myself, this is the wonder of cricket, isn't it? The 4-day cricket, that it's all coming down to this after 4 days of ebb and flow from these two teams. Darren Stevens then to bowl to Wheater. Wheater defends this into the onside. Keeper Robinson is up. First slip John Cox is back and slightly diagonally from Robinson, almost in line, leaning at gully. So mid-wicket being mirrored Daniel Beltran by Hamid Kadri. Mid-wicket rather extra cover. Long off, deep point, deep square leg. Stevens bowls. It's pushed up to Kadri. No run.
That was put there, put there by Stevens. I think he was hoping that Wheater might go full-blooded at that, and just took the pace off it, but Wheater responded with a slightly slower ball and just checked the shot slightly.
6 to win then. Obviously, we get down towards within a boundary. I'll hand over to you, Glenn, because it's looking very much unless there's a huge swing here. So Stevens bowls to Wheater, defended, you can hear, back up to the bowler, and there's no run. 9-6 for 8. Do you want to take the honour actually, Glenn? If a wicket falls, I'll take back over, how about that?
Fine, whatever, I'm quite easy, man.
I'm just thinking if Wheater swings a 6 now, you ought to be on commentary, surely.
You're very kind. 196 for 8. Here's Stevens into Wheater, full delivery. Wheater lets that one go through to Ollie Robinson, the keeper, who is standing up, right behind the stumps. So Wheater has to keep his foot behind the line. Just building the drama slightly on. Stevens bowled tidily enough, very mildly as expected, in none for 27 in the 15th over. He's another wicket. He's in now, bowling to Wheater. Wheater played defensively and staunchly back down the pitch, and there's no run. One more ball to go this over, I think. Wheater has enough trust in his batting partner Sam Cook to say, we don't need to rush a single. And Kent aren't moving the field in, so they know that Essex aren't going to look to tip and run or anything. They went to move up mid-off and mid-on, and Daniel Beltran then said, no, stay where you are. And actually pushed the man out on the point boundary further out. And that's where he's bowled it, Stevens, but Wheater can't quite get the angle on it, and it's gone straight to Daniel Beltran, and there is no run. That is the end of the over. 196 for 8, and they will have Sam Cook to bowl there.
Yeah, another over then. Still going.
Yeah, I said it could be over quite quickly if Kent got 2 wickets or Essex played a couple of shots, but we go on.
Yeah, 6 to win, no wickets for Darren Stevens.
Odyssey, don't say that now.
Well, I'm just saying, it's an oddity that he wouldn't have any wickets.
Why say that now?
I mean, it just hardly ever happens, is what I'm saying.
Stop saying it now.
I don't understand my point. No, I don't think you understand it. No, what I mean is,
I've known you long enough now to know exactly what to say.
I don't want anyone to be in any doubt. It's a rarity. Thank you for all your emails, by the way, and tweets and even texts today. In this game, it's been a real pleasure to watch this one. Milton
is in and bowling to Sam Cook, just the one slip in, and Cook plays off the bottom of the baz, up the pitch, and there's no wicket. We've currently got 3,400 people watching the live stream of this game with our commentary on, and the Grumbler says 3,350 of those are watching through their fingers.
We say, for the neutral, this is very exciting. You do wonder how many neutrals are watching this. Well, perhaps Sussex or Hampshire fans, as a game left. Yeah. Perhaps it's because it's coming to a finish, a lot of people will be joining in as well, just to see how all the lapses in the final throws.
Mills hurries in to bowl to Cook again. Cook plays out the offside. They're going to take the single this time. It's just enough space between man and cover on point, and they come through. 5 to win, 2 wickets to Kent, 197 for 8. These two have now put on 26. The finest runs you're ever going to see.
Just a reminder, this commentary brought to you by the BBC, covering all local radio. BBC Essex and BBC Radio Kent, of course, covering this match, but all the counties are covered, ball by ball, all the way through the county scene, shortened as it is this year. It's a pleasure, privilege to be in all the games, bringing the commentary.
Mills to Wheater this time, no change in the field. Weeter, oh, has he got a nick on that? No, the bowler has his head in his hands. Ollie Robinson, the keeper, takes it and looks to the skies. As you were, lads, 197 for 8. What was the fuss, says Anna Weeter? Touch it, nowhere near it.
Managed to strangle that yelp.
It does just show, doesn't it? We are within one ball of the tightest of tight finishes. By the way, the tie is still on here.
Oh, goodness, yes.
I think it's go with the draw now. Right, 197 for 8. 5 to win or 2 wickets to Kent. Mills is in, 2 Weeter. Weeter on the drive, doesn't quite get hold of all of it. And it's fielded by Stevens, mid-off. Carefully wipes the brow of Stevens, works away on the ball. Of course, no saliva allowed on the ball these days. That'll be the next bit of drama. We'll then have to stop it with the sanitising, won't we?
You did say halfway through the afternoon session, if this was a draw, it would be the dullest game.
Yeah.
And we'd have to start thinking of things to say. If it's a draw now, I'm not sure we would. If they stonewall for another 24 overs.
There's a meeting of minds going on at the other end at the moment. And here we go. Ball looks a bit out of shape, Ump. And Neil Bainton's going off. Why not? So, they've all had a look at the ball. Darren Stevens has used his experience.
I'm in full support of this. You can see very clearly from the commentary box here, across the far side of the ground, through the glass, that that ball's clearly out of shape.
Right. Neil Bainton's gone across with the ball to Ben Debenham.
And he's back in the game, I think. Was that a gesture he made?
Shaking his head.
Kent's favourite, forfeiting the...
Shaking his head, no. So what the umpires carry, those who don't know, they carry a little measure, and you push the ball through it, and if the ball goes through it, the ball's not out of shape. Simples. Ball's not out of shape. Nice try, though. Nice try. Mills turns in to Weeter. Weeter pushes back the bowler. There's no run. It didn't work. And now Darren Stevens is talking to Neil Bainton. I will just say again, Neil Bainton, the umpire, does live in Essex. But that happens all in cricket. You get umpires from various counties umpiring their home counties. Steve in East London, back on the email, says, just a quick one, thanks for a great day's commentary. I hope Essex can finish it off in style. I've just realised it's Sam Cook's birthday. Well, you celebrate.
Yeah.
We can but hope, he says. I didn't want to mention any of that. Someone said something about Sam Cook earlier. I don't want to mention it. I don't want to put the jinx on. That's a full delivery. Weeter drives and the bowler stops on his follow through. That was heading to the boundary otherwise. Fortunately, Manuel's got his right hand down there and stopped it. End of the over. 197 for 8. We continue.
We're having fun yet, ladies and gentlemen. I hope so. It's the hope that kills you. Wow. England 232 for 7, by the way, at the end of the 37th over. They've lost too many wickets, haven't they?
Well, they've lost too many wickets, but they've got too many drives.
Owen Morgan has more or less retired at 106. Banton got 58 fair as well, didn't he? But no one really distinguished them apart from that. Sam Billings apparently made a rare mistake when he was 19, looking good before then. David Woody and Tom Curran can both bat their own area at the moment. It's another long meeting. As Darren Stevens has gone over to umpire Bainton and said, you may remember we had a conversation some time ago, well, 2.5 minutes ago, about the ball. Don't know if you consider... No, it's a meeting between Cadre.
Yeah. They're bringing
I think they are.
Excellent, interesting. That's a good move, the right move, I think, as well.
Perhaps this, they don't want Cook edging a boundary. They're going to make sure he has to play at this point. Yeah, I like this from Daniel Bell Drummond.
Chris on Twitter says, I'm listening with my fingers in my ears and can't move room.
5 to win Essex, if you're just joining us.
Or 2 wickets
for Kent, 197 for 8. They've just made a very bold bowling change with only 5 left. I mean, I suppose half of it is thinking, well, what if Cook thinks, I'll get this over in one shot, take the spinner on.
In common parlance, the words are, I dare you, isn't it?
Yes.
I'm just looking at the views of the page on the BBC Sport website. There's quite a few people looking at this game at the moment. Hamid Kadri is having a long conversation with Daniel Bell-Drummond, his captain, and Bell-Drummond run the changes today. Constantly kept changing things, trying things, and times it hasn't come off, at times the game's gone quiet from a Kent point of view, and he makes a bowling change, and a wicket comes, and we know they changed the spinner, didn't they? Took O'Riordan off, brought Kadri on, he got Brown out, they brought Thomas on late on in the day, burst of 4 wickets there. Here we go then, Hamid Kadri, he's going to bowl from the river end, he's going to bowl to Sam Cook, with a short leg and 1 slip. There are singles to be had out there. He's in and bowling. Sam Cook tosses it right up. Cook drives back to Kadri. Shout of catch. Bounced about 4 yards in front of him.
Very long.
Yeah. Kadri very quickly ready at this end. And the captain says, hang on a minute. Have you thought about this?
It's like the end of a T20 match, isn't it? When there's when there's 5 to win, I suppose you might say. Daniel Bell-Drummond, Cook dropped his bat slightly in frustration, I think, at a further delay. There's been absolutely no change in the field.
No. Maybe a change in dinner plans for this evening, but no change at all in the field.
Oh, they've moved Matt Milnes in 4, 5, 6 yards.
Excellent.
At mid-wicket. Static catcher position now.
Kadri into Cook. Cook off the front foot, pushes out to the offside. They think of a single. They not play quite so forcefully, probably was there. They stay at home as you were. 197 for 8. 5 to win, 2 wickets to win. Nice way to open the Bob Willis Trophy in the first round of county cricket this season, isn't it? Kadri in, bit shorter. Cook just plays defensively back down the pitch. No run again. Unfortunately, we had 3 deliveries at this over.
It's just a really bit of a friendly tournament, get some cricket going, nothing much on it.
Absolutely not. There is when these two meet. Kadri in again. Cook works that away, it's square, and he goes, look at the batsman, look at the fielder, look at the fielder coming around and swooping on it, look at Adam Wheater sending Sam Cook scurrying back. No run, no problems. Again, maybe to take the pace off the ball and a single lead there, but Kent got the field set well here. 2 balls to go in this over. Kadri in, toss that one right up, Cook on the drive, he's got something on it, in the air, shout for catch, short leg, flings the left arm out at it, doesn't get there. There's no run, there's no wicket. What do you think?
Looked like there was a bit of batting involved there, certainly heart and mouth, the wicketkeeper and slip.
Tossed right up.
It could have come off the pad, it's possible, but huge excitement. I mean, just beyond Jordan Cox, isn't it? Just can't get the left hand to it on the dive.
Last ball of the over, Kadri's into Cook, faster, quicker, flatter. Cook plays back down the pitch, fielded by the bowler. End of the over, maiden, 197 for 8. Kent trying to build pressure here. Essex know there's loads of overs left, don't need to rush it, wait till the ball comes. They will make a mistake, will be the Essex viewpoint of things. Kent will be saying they will make a mistake as well. Sanitising break, everybody.
Well, of course.
What else do we need?
Well, just rain radar.
No. And there isn't going to be.
Maybe it's just really draw. Is it ever a bit too hot? We'll have to go for that. Yeah. Well, out of words for tension, but I think it's fair to say that anyone involved with either of these two sides, a supporter, player or staff, is on the edge of their seat here. This tournament was just supposed to be a bit of fun over the summer. Goodness me. Just to get cricket being played. But it brought us the wonders of 4-day cricket. All the excitement of Mills, conversation with Stevens. We've got a bit of time because the slips coming into play. Mind those fielding helmets, lads. You know how many penalty runs there are for that?
Exactly the number required.
Yes. Careful with those. Slipping the gully in. Mills coming down from the Hayes close end. 5 to win Essex. 2 wickets needed for Kent to win it.
Mills is in and bowling, and Wheater plays defensively out to the offside for no run. It's not there. He'd dearly love to unfurl the big booming drive, but it's not there. And he resists the temptation, trying the temptation to hit over the top. Darren Stevens, Tim Ronald, the 12th man subfielder for Kent, experienced bowler himself, is still at the far end, so they've got two very experienced heads guiding Matt Milnes through this. Milnes running towards us from the Hayes close end. In the ball to Wheat, who squared up slightly, played defensively for no run.
His ball's 68 overs old now, so we're getting much out of him, I think, in terms of in the air, softer as well, but his pitch and these bowling attacks have proved it's never far away.
Ron on Twitter says Darren Stevens uses all his experience here, delay things and ask umpires questions as Milnes comes into wicket. Wicket gets the drive, but he won't evade Daniel Beldrum. They're going to set up the single here on the slight misfield, and they're through. They're through. The Grumbler says the running is very nervy. It is very nervy. 198 for 8. It was a decent diving stop from Beldrum, but he couldn't gather the ball in, which allowed them to get through for the single. But it brings Sam Cook down on strike with 3 deliveries to go.
They're a boundary away now, Essex. Yes, looking pretty close here. The running was very tentative.
This is great.
It is. Yeah.
Essex and Kent fans shouting, no it's not. Right. Well, shuffling the field, moving in. Mid-wicket comes in straight and short. There's not anyone in the outfield off or out or off or onside. Milnes is in to Cook. Cook plays. He's beaten the man straight mid-wicket. He'll come through for a comfortable single shy at the stumps. It was a wasted shy because they were both home. 199 for 8. 3 more to win, 2 more wickets, or 2 runs for the tie.
Well, if the side loses this game, notwithstanding the tie, it's going to be a massive disappointment, having got so close, obviously. But
David on Twitter says, I'm listening in from Redondo Beach in California. I'm a Yorkshire supporter, but I wanted to enjoy the excitement. Well, it's not your side involved.
You're very welcome. Yeah, that's true. Enjoy it.
Milnes into Wheat. Oh, Wheat has played that one, and the arms go up momentarily, but there's no touch, and we carry on. 199 for 8.
Yeah, he's had a bit of a play at that one. Moving away from him. Actually, good shake from Matt Milnes with his old ball as well.
Very similar to the dismissals of Wesley and Chopra, and Palmer at this end as well.
Yeah, it's a good delivery. Milnes has pulled that one out from somewhere.
Just a reminder, we're back with you on Saturday. We've got Essex Surrey here, and Matt will be with Kent for Kent against Sussex, Kent's first home game of the season.
Lie down in a darkened room before then.
Milnes into Wheater. Wheater plays defensively for no run. Sussex have already won. Feet up. Surrey are batting for the draw against Middlesex. And that is the end of the over. 199 for 8. 12 to Sam Cook from 42 deliveries now eaten up, and 26 to Adam Wheater, who was batting well, you mentioned, in the first innings for Essex, Matt, before he got run out.
He looked very assured. So a little conversation between the two batsmen out there, and it'll be Hamid Kadri to continue. Sam Cook at the far end, retaking his guard. Right-hander.
Just incidentally, but good authority, Sam Cook did make connection with that ball and just evaded the man with short legs. Kadri is in and bowling to Sam Cook now, right up there, played down to the ground by Cook. Screams, oohs and ahs as it almost reached short leg on the full, but just bounced slightly away to his right. Cook set off for a run, but just wasn't there. Kadri very quickly, ball in hand. Into Sam Cook, tempting and floating it up there. Cook just pushes back down the pitch and there's no run again.
There's two gentlemen in the garden down there at the edge close end. They've got some sort of platform there.
Oh, look at that!
Yeah. So they've got to build themselves a platform so they can look over the fence, enjoying this finish.
Here's Kadri, in and bowling to Cook. Cook pushes out to the offside. There's a single there. This might be it. They turn for 2. Is it going to be cut off? They do. They come around and cut it off. This could be the winning run. Is it? No, it's not. They've taken 2. Essex need 1 more run for victory. The scores are tied. It was a good shot that from Cook. It just evaded the dive of the man at short mid-off. And Essex are 1 run from victory. A mid-wicket chat between Cook, who is 23 years of age today, happy birthday Sam Cook, and Adam Wheater, who came together with a score of 171 for 8. Cadbury's in and bowled into Sam Cook. Cook easy that one into the onside, they're going to scamper through the single, and Essex have won. Essex have won their opening game of the Bob Willis Trophy in the most dramatic of circumstances. They seem to have this won on 2 or 3 occasions today, but Kent just kept coming back at them. 4 wickets for Ivan Thomas, and it was tipping in Kent's balance. But Sam Cook and Adam Wheater have seen Essex home with a 9th wicket stand of 31 runs. Well done to both of them, well done for Kent for taking us into the final session of the final day. Matt Cole.
Yeah, I'd agree, but a huge credit to Kent for taking it that far in. Kent's supporters won't be blind to the fact that batting performance yesterday, the bowling performance by Essex as well, giving them their credit for all out for 112, just didn't leave the bowlers enough to bowl that, but what a fantastic finish, and credit to both these sides for producing such an amazing game. Tension, nerves, 5 to 5 on the last day, and in the end, congratulations to Essex and Adam Wheater. 26, Sam Cook, 15 not out on his birthday to win the game for Essex. So fantastic finish, this Bob Willis Trophy match, the first one of the series for both these two sides, and well, set up for the rest of the tournament. As I was saying, Robert got exasperatingly a few minutes ago. Most of us just wanted to see some friendly cricket over this summer. What a finish these two sides have produced for us. Credit to batsmen as well earlier, that stand between Alistair Cook with 66 and Khushi finished up with 45. They were on 86 together, but massive credit too to Ivan Thomas, got both of those and then 2 and 2 balls in the afternoon session, having not been used in the first 40 or so overs, to make it an absolute thriller at T 187 for 8. But Essex getting over the line, just too much in the end for the Kent bowlers. Wheater 26, Cook 15, and a win by 2 wickets.
Matt, thanks so much for your company today. You have lots of reactions to come on BBC Radio Kent and the BBC Sport website, and from myself, Glenn Speller, I do hope you've enjoyed this, even if the nerves were jangling right towards the end. If you're a Kent fan, how proud are you of your side taking it to the limit? But Essex do win. They kick off the Bob Willis Trophy with a victory by 2 wickets. Do join us on Saturday, won't you, for the start of the next 4-day game, Essex against Surrey and Kent against Sussex. From a very sunny Chelmsford, enjoy your evening.